Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the Medical Board of California Quarterly Board Meeting Day 2. Pursuant to the provisions of SB 189, this meeting is being conducted via WebEx. Public comments will be heard for each agenda item for individuals wishing to do so. In order to be ready for public comment, we ask to please ensure that your comments can be heard clearly by being connected to the audio of this meeting through the proper method. If you're having difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting, it could be because the device you're connecting with has bandwidth limitations. If you do have difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting using your device, please click the ellipsis button at the bottom of the WebEx application or the audio and video menu item at the top of the WebEx application, and then select Switch Audio. You will see an option to call in and will be provided with a telephone number, access code, and an attendee ID that can be used to connect to the meeting audio via phone. Using the information provided, it will automatically disconnect your device's audio and connect your phone to the name you joined the meeting with. By using this method, if you are having audio problems with your device, this will allow you to still participate and hear the audio of the board meeting. Please see the instructions on how to connect link on the last page of the meeting agenda for step-by-step WebEx instructions, including screenshots. Thank you, President Lawson. You can now start the meeting.
Thank you, Sean. Welcome back to the Medical Board of California's August quarterly board meeting. Thank you all for hanging in last night. I know we went over the time that we had planned, but we managed to get through our entire agenda for the day, which is terrific. I would like to just make sure everybody's on mute, which it looks like we are. Since this meeting is being conducted via WebEx, when you take yourself off mute to speak, please do announce your name for clarity of the official record. All board members are able to unmute themselves to speak at any time during the meeting, but please do place yourselves back on mute when not speaking to reduce the background noise for all participants. Following this online meeting etiquette will ensure the best meeting quality for everyone. During each call for comments from board members and speakers, we will ensure that all comments that can be accommodated are heard before we proceed with the agenda. Government Code Section 11126.5 does allow a board to remove people who willfully disrupt a meeting and to clear the room or virtual space if order cannot be restored by removing or muting the disruptive people. We will have some time on the agenda today for public comment. Solid, our facilitators will be facilitating that public comment, and I do ask that you be respectful as we proceed through the development of the strategic plan and really focus any public comments on the business at hand. When the public comment period is open, the host moderating the WebEx will activate the Q&A feature of the WebEx and will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment to indicate so by replying yes. The host will then call on individuals who indicated they wish to make public comments by name. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual and they'll have 3 minutes to make their public comment. The host will audibly announce when 15 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. And after the 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. The total public comment on period per agenda item has been limited today to 20 minutes. Therefore, after 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. The board's IT staff will assist me in receiving the public comments during this meeting. And again, I'd like to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and within the allotted time or less. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law, and we do plan to end today by 2 p.m. I'd like to formally call the meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. and ask that board members unmute their computers, and Ms. Moriarty, if you could call the roll.
Dr. Bolat?
Here.
Mr. Brooks? Dr. Hawkins?
Here.
Dr. Heelser?
Here.
Ms. Jong?
Present.
Ms. Lubiano? Dr. Mahmood? Mr. Rue? Dr. Thorpe?
Here.
Dr. Sai?
Yes, here.
Mr. Watkins?
Present.
Ms. Lawson?
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. All right, board members, please remute your computers. We're going to move on to agenda item, I guess it's actually agenda item 18 on our agenda. I would like to welcome everyone to the board strategic planning session. Today's session is going to be led by Ms. Cornell and Ms. St. Clair, who are facilitators and strategic planners from the Department of Consumer Affairs. They're going to lead the board through the drafting of the objectives for the board's future strategic plan and a review of the board's mission and vision statements. I'm looking forward to hearing from all the members, staff, and our stakeholders about how we can develop a plan that will assist the board in furthering its mission of consumer protection. I want to take the opportunity to thank those who have already contributed to the steps that have brought us to this point. The strategic plan will set the board's priorities over the next few years to achieve its goals. I would now like to turn the meeting over to Ms. Cornell and Ms. St. Clair, who will be leading the meeting from this point forward.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth Cornell. I'm here with co-facilitator, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Trisha St. Clair.
Thank you. Here, I'm going to share my screen. Should all be seeing my screen, hopefully. Let me know if you aren't able to. So we are your facilitators for today. Our role is we're here as a neutral party. We're here to provide the structure and guide you through the development of the strategic plan for the next couple of years. We will document the discussion. So we will start writing down or typing down your ideas for objectives and refine them with you, or refine as you are refining them. And we will check for understanding, make sure that we captured the objectives correctly. And you may see some typos. Those definitely will get cleaned up later. We have some expectations or requests. We do request that any distractions are minimized. Easy with the virtual meetings to have cell phones on the side that may be distracting, but the strategic plan, you get to create it once, and it's a plan that will help guide the efforts of your board for the next couple of years. We do ask that you respect each other's contributions. We all have different life experiences and backgrounds, and we all have valid thoughts and perceptions. So we do ask that you respect each other's contributions. And we do ask that you participate and contribute. Again, we do want the diverse thoughts and ideas, perceptions to be included into the strategic plan. And lastly, willingness to reach consensus. Because you all may have different ideas, it might be hard to that your specific objective gets placed exactly how you would like it on the strategic plan. But we do ask that you are willing to at least to reach consensus and have an objective which you all feel comfortable adding to the strategic plan. So the agenda for today, we'll review the strategic planning process, look through the environmental scan, and develop the strategic objectives, as well as taking a look at that mission, vision, and possibly establishing some values. So I have an exercise to start out with, and it is this sheet of numbers that you have in front of you. So I'm going to ask you in a couple seconds to look at the sheet starting from number 1, and with your finger, and be careful if you have a touch screen, locate your number 1, 2, 3, 4, and go up consecutively and see how high you go. Not yet, when I let you know. You have 30 seconds and we'll see how far you get. So any questions before we get started? Okay, so we all understood. 30 seconds starts now. Time is up. Would anyone like to share how high, the highest number they got?
Oh, because I only got the 4. That 49, 4 next to 9 confused me.
Okay.
I got to 11, but now I feel better
Okay.
about myself with Dr. Hawkins getting to 4 because I thought 11 was pretty bad.
I also
Anyone else? Sorry, you also got too far.
2-4.
Thank you.
7.
So what if I shared there's actually a strategy to this? There's a grid that I just placed for you to see. So you'll find the 1 in the square 1, 2 in square 2, 3 in square 3, and so on, 9 in square 9. And when you go back to 10, you'll find that near that square 1, 11 would be in square 2, 12 would be in square 3, and so on consecutively all the way up until you reach the highest number. So now that you know that there's a trick to this, there's a strategy, I'm going to give you the blank slide again and restart the game. I'll give you 30 more seconds and starting again from 1. Let's see how far you get now. So ready, set, go. Time is up. Did you notice a difference, an improvement?
Huge difference. I got to 30.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is a huge difference. And we like to share this game because it relates to strategic planning. This right here that you see demonstrates not having a plan, having all these fires to burn out, all these challenges that come up, all these assignments of things that need to be addressed, correct? Like anything coming in, not your routine day-to-day things, but any new challenges, any new trends that you need to address. But this right here, having a strategy in place, represents a strategic plan. So the strategic plan gives you guidance. So you identify your objective. This is the challenge, correct? And when the board develops an action plan for that objective, there's some guidance on how to address or how to successfully accomplish that objective. So planning or a strategic plan works in a similar way. It helps identify those challenges and helps you have a plan to actually successfully addressing them instead of having all these challenges, don't know where to start, don't know how to address them. Obviously, you will to the point where you start looking at the challenges and addressing them individually, but there's more effort to it compared to having a plan. So the strategic plan provides direction. That's what it does. So what does strategic planning answer? It answers where you are now through your mission and your values. But let me note that you do have a mission statement. There's currently no values. And you'll have the opportunity if you're interested in establishing values for the board. And where are you now is also answered by the environmental analysis or the environmental scan report that you all received not too long ago. Where you're going is your vision. That's where you want to end. That's your ultimate goal. And also where you're going is answered by your goals and objectives, making sure that you successfully complete those in order to reach your end goal or your vision. And how you will get there, specifically your action plan. And the action planning is facilitated, or a session that's facilitated for the management and staff. So there they get to create specific tasks that help break down those objectives that you all will develop today. So where is medical board now? This is the board's mission statement. Take a moment to read it and let me know if you have any refinements that you would like to make.
Randy Hawkins, it still sounds good.
Thank you.
I guess the only thing, and I've looked at this a lot over the course of the, really over the past year, but the only thing that is missing is like the idea that we've got, I guess it's sort of captured in regulatory functions, but we do have a policy function as well. This sort of captures our enforcement and licensing, right, which are our two biggest programs, but it doesn't capture that, I guess sort of that we have a policy, the things like when we comment on legislation and we, have a more, I guess, bigger picture perspective. So I guess that's a missing piece for me. I'm not articulating it well, but that's sort of a missing piece.
And where do you have any idea how to add it? Like any few words that might incorporate that piece?
I guess it's somewhere. We sort of have limiting language in here. We say through the vigorous objective enforcement of the Medical Practice Act. That sort of narrows, or it's seemingly narrowing our scope to that, while it's a broader scope. That's accurate, right? It is through the enforcement of the Medical Practice Act, but I guess our reach is broader,
question for you.
right?
So I do have a question. So, when we're hearing a lot of members from the public talk about activism, right? Some members are dealing with medical records and they want us to change the law. That's what the legislature does. We get all kinds of requests. And so is a portion of what we do to lobby the legislature for things that we believe? And then are we picking and choosing who to, what policies are good? What legislation is good legislation that we bring? Or are we just solely commenting on the legislation that comes before us?
We had a whole program this year, right? Maybe we had a whole host of legislative requests, right? This year on our own.
But there's a difference between legislative requests on behalf of the public or the legislature versus us lobbying the legislature to make laws.
Right. So we were doing both this year, right? We had requests that came in that then, again, went through sort of our policy function of analyzing, is that the right thing? Is that the best way to protect consumers, right? And then we advanced a host of proposals. Now we also react, right, when something is advanced, because there was a variety of legislation. I'm thinking of Senator Hurtado's bill earlier this year, which ultimately didn't advance, but then that advanced sort of not at our request. It included some of our proposals, and then we reacted to that proposal too. So I think it's both, Ryan.
So what happens when, because I've never seen on the agenda when a member of the public has come and said, we need this legislation on medical records changed. Do we ever vote on that? Do we ever say, that is a problem we need to solve, and this board as a whole is going to advocate on their behalf to the legislature?
Yeah, I guess I don't know that it has materialized in that way, but what came was, last year at our November, December meeting, we did have our legislative proposals, right? Some of which aligned with advocates' requests, some of which were in addition to, or didn't align for one reason or another with those requests. And then we all voted on that. And then that's what resulted in our letter in January then that went with our proposals.
So I just, I've only been here for a year, so I'm sorry if I'm asking some, questions that have already been answered, but I don't get the feeling where we take all the requests from the advocates and then as a board say, this is good legislation, this is bad, and the good ones we take, and then we go as a board to advocate on their behalf or on the board's behalf of a change to the legislature.
Maybe Aaron, maybe it's worth you, if you're on, talking through how we go through this process, which is not exactly how you're describing it, Ryan. You're right. But
yeah, I'm just asking the question because, the conversations that I've had is, well, how come you're not advocating for these changes? Back to the medical records, because it's a pretty clear one. And my response is, well, we're not an advocacy board. we're a policy, but licenses in most of, regulation, a physician's board. But if our charter is to take public input, identify legislation that would make the process and protect, the public better, I've never seen our board vote on that.
Can I jump in here? As to help maybe clarify this, for me, the mission as it stands right now is trying to do too much. And by narrowing the focus as to, I just look at it, the board spends 80% of its resources on enforcement. And enforcement happens to be the area that is arguably the most controversial. Let's put it that way. So I suggest when we lead out the mission to lead with the fact that we are an enforcement body first. So if I was going to write the mission, I would go the route of the mission of the MBC of California is to enforce the Medical Practice Act that protects the healthcare consumers through licensing, regulation, and physician. And in doing so, and I'm just making this up, what we are doing, we achieve all the other stuff. The minute we are enforcing the Medical Practice Act to protect those consumers, and we say how we're doing it, we pretty much achieve the whole bottom end of that part of it. And it makes it way easier to stay on point when we are of what our core duties are. Because once we take the enforcement and the licensing, we pretty much have the whole board captured. And I think doing those very, very basic fundamentals right encapsulates what we do at the board.
And I want to make sure I captured it correctly that you suggested mission of the medical board is to enforce the Medical Practice Act that protects consumers through the proper licensing and regulation, or?
Regulation of physicians and physician and citizens.
Okay, so bringing this part up, okay.
Yeah, that's all I did.
So I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just not sure it changes substantially what the original mission statement is when you add that there. Just a comment, right?
It's focus. The minute I'm bringing the focus to the forefront of the mission, and Ms. Cornell can explain to us, the minute this thing is top of mind, it's actually easier when we are conducting the duties of the medical board that we know that's what it is, that we are first an enforcement organization. How we enforce that is through Medical Practice Act. For who do we do that is for the consumers. Now, here's how we do it, is through the licensing and regulation of physicians and surgeons.
I guess it concerns me that we lead with we're like an enforcement agency. It sounds like we're leading with like we're a police agency, right? Like we're it rather than a consumer protection agency.
Well, it's the same thing, you see. Where do we change the word enforce to protection agency? Ultimately, why I'm leading with the enforcement part is because I think for that very reason that we lose sight of that we are first and foremost an enforcement agency that protects the public. Very similar to a law enforcement agency that just use a different set of legal tools in order to achieve that.
Well,
Right, but if you were a law enforcement agency, and most of the law enforcement agencies lead with a word like safety, right? So they lead with a word like protection rather than leading with a word like enforce. And I think there is a difference. We may be saying exactly the same thing, right? The words may ultimately have the same meaning, but I do think there's value in us recognizing that it's about consumer protection, it's about safety, it's about high quality healthcare, rather than like heavy-handed enforcement, right? Which is an important part of it, but it just sends a different message.
I would agree with that. I mean, it's some
And
semantics.
and
I
from
think,
my point,
I think it's much more positive the way this protection aspect is really important. We have not lost enforcement. It's in the objective enforcement of the Medical Practice Act. I just think it's a more positive statement the way it already is, but we're not getting any enforcement. It's in there for sure.
You can look at it this way. I mean, if you look at our motto of the state of California is to protect and serve our police officers, right? Could you imagine if that motto was to arrest, judge, and then protect?
well, it's not the same thing. Just let me finish that. The reason why we have this resistance to the word enforce or anything closer, because right at the top of mind in the medical board right now, this is evidence of that's not how we see it. We don't believe we are an enforcement agency. So we in fact act as a protecting agency. And that is reflected on the decision that we make downstream.
I don't agree with you.
I don't agree with that.
TJ, I don't agree with that.
Well,
And let me just
it's
say,
okay to not
so you've
disagree.
had time to
disagree.
speak. You've had time
It's
to
okay
speak.
to disagree.
TJ, all due respect, you've had your time to speak. I'd like to say something else because I think that the focus is really what we really are trying to do is to create excellent quality of healthcare in California. That's really what our goal is to maintain quality care so that so the public is protected and gets access to the best healthcare possible. That's really what we're trying to do.
No, that's not our goal. Our goal is to protect the public first. That's public protection.
You protect the public by providing excellent health care. That's how you protect the public.
Well, and we're under the Department of Consumer Affairs, right? We're not under the Department of Enforcement Affairs.
And
it is kind of the same thing there. If they were to enforce, that's why we are all there. Whether we call it enforcement or anything else, that's what we are actually tasked to do. When you are asked to oversee somebody and have laws in place, those laws are there to be enforced. The lack of enforcement makes those rules and laws kind of pointless, right? So whatever word we use to substitute enforcement is an essential part of any agency that is trying to protect the public in California.
Well, but let's think about this.
Yes, I'm open.
I would love, I mean, look, in a perfect situation, we'd never have to use our enforcement function, right? Our licensing and regulatory function would work so well that there would be no doctor that we'd ever have to discipline, right? And so, I mean, there is a distinction here because our role is consumer protection, right? And if you look at the definition of protect, keep safe from harm or injury, right? That's what we want to do for California consumers. The word enforce is cause something to happen by necessity or force, right? It doesn't connect with what our actual, what we're actually trying to accomplish. I think to Dr. Thorpe's point, right? We want to protect the public by making sure they have the best access to healthcare. One component of that is making sure that bad doctors, don't continue to be bad doctors. But there's a whole host of other things we can do as well. And I guess this is a good conversation for us to have because now I'm back to thinking, well, maybe the mission as it's currently drafted really encapsulates all those things, right? And a sort of bigger picture. But I certainly don't want to send the message that we're just an enforcement agency and that's what we're all about. Because what we're about is ensuring that Californians and patients in California have the best healthcare possible, right?
I would just say one other thing.
I don't disagree
I'm
with.
sorry. Go ahead, TJ.
I don't disagree with that, right? But what I'm saying is that this current mission is leading and it's not leading what our core purpose is ultimately, right? In a perfect world, like you say, we would just be offering services and no doctors would ever step outside of the lines. But that is not reality. And when we do, and when they do step out of line, what is our role then? Then our role then, one of our roles is then to act as an enforcement agency, right? So I'm open to the wording so that it is not that harsh, because I recognize it sounds a little bit too hands-on, like too policing. So if we can find a way, like let's work on those things, because what I am saying is I want this to be top of mind, that we are protecting the public through the use of the Medical Practice Act, right? That's what we essentially, what we are tasked with. How we do it is through an enforcement function. So if you want to hide the enforcement part of it and highlight the protection, I'm cool. I'm actually okay with that.
So I would just add one other thing, and that is, so our current mission statement does state that the mission of the Medical Board of California is to protect healthcare consumers. That's number one, and it's done through these three things: proper licensing and regulation, objective enforcement, and promoting access to quality care. That's the way it's done. That's what it's saying. And I think that we would like to prevent any disciplinary actions if we could, by promoting proper licensing and regulation. And so I think, as we were, over and over again yesterday, one of our advocates repeatedly pointed out the importance of prevention. And I think prevention is clearly better than enforcement. It's better to have the guidelines clear, and the problem in medicine is that it's not always clear. And we're dealing with not just the rules, but we're dealing with the human body, which doesn't always react in the same way to everything. So it's not always a simple process.
And Dr. Thorpe, you bring a good point. I'd look at it like this, and maybe you do a lot of personal training and life coach work, right? And I'm assuming your mission is to promote a healthy body and a healthy mind. And how do we achieve that? Through diet, through exercise, through meditation, through yoga, through whatever things those are. But your overall goal is a healthy body, a healthy mind. And how do you achieve those goals? What we're saying here is our mission is to protect the consumer, right? And how do we achieve that? Through enforcement, through.
So what
So
I'm
this-
saying is
This is sorry, I wanted to jump in because for the interest of time, we have been spending a little bit more time than we had previously allotted for this section. And I don't mean to cut anyone off, and obviously feel free to continue with the discussion. I just wanted to point out, in listening to the discussion, it seems like there is a desire to keep the mission statement as it is. We did hear, thank you, TJ, for sharing the importance of the enforcement function, which is in the mission statement. For us, we recommend including the main, the components of a mission statement would be to include what the board does, how it does it, and for whom, which satisfies, this mission statement satisfies those components. It tells you what it does, which is protect, how it does it, licensing, regulation, enforcement, and for whom it does it, for the consumers. So I think it checks all the boxes. Again, there seems to be more agreement towards keeping the mission statement as it is. And perhaps I encourage to look at the mission statement perhaps in a chronological order. Maybe enforcement doesn't come first because it may be important, or at least in the way that you perceive it, it may be the top thing. but this mission statement seems to be listing things out perhaps in chronological order. Like first you get licensed and then you have those regulations and then you get enforced and so on. So,
Yeah,
Can I
I
make
would
a
add,
suggestion?
one word. I would add one word to the mission statement, and that's prevention.
I'm right with you, Ryan. I was going to say, what if we added 2 words? So it said, mission of the Medical Board of California is to protect healthcare consumers and prevent harm through the proper licensing, or something like that.
I like that.
Can I add a comment? Mission statements are usually aspirational goals, and so I agree with TJ. Enforcement is a large part of our function, but it just seems by leading that, it would just be a description of what we do rather than our aspirational goals. And then lastly, with Christina's comment about our legislative aspects, we may just add at the last sentence, board's licensing, comma, legislative, comma, and regulatory functions. That may sort of encompass what we do.
I guess I would like just to change the word legislative to policy. It's broader, and it's not, we're not always interacting just in the state legislature, for example. Sometimes it's with FSMB, or sometimes it's with, a bigger organization. So I like that.
okay, so I made those
Could I
updates
just,
and
I'm sorry, would it be policy development or policy? Policy itself, it seems like it's not adequately,
I think it's fine.
through the board's licensing maybe policy function, I guess. Is what it would be. That's fine.
Can I add, I mean, I would like, maybe this is proper, maybe it's not, but do our staff have any reaction to this? Right, I want to make sure we're not doing something that is not consistent with what our staff sees on a, daily basis.
And executive team, feel free to unmute yourself. I don't know if people are raising their hand. I can't see because I'm sharing my screen, but feel free to jump in. And I wanted to point something out. The mission statement is more direct. It's what you do on a day-to-day basis. Your vision statement is the more aspirational, your more lofty one. So don't be afraid for your mission statement to be more direct. This is what we do, period. Your vision statement, that's where you can get a little bit more lofty, more positive, more aspirational. But with this, I think it is good how it is. It's pretty direct. This is what we do. This is how we do it. And to the point of the policy, and I think that already answered itself, but the policy development would mean that you only develop policy, but I think you also support or there's other functions that you do. So I think this is properly represented policy functions. But yes, executive team, if you wanted to jump in and provide any feedback.
Can I have a question on the policy side, though? What does that mean? Does that mean we put forth policy? Because I've been on this board for about a year now, and we've never taken up any policy positions that we've heard from the public. And because they're asking for us to be advocates.
But that's a very limited, we do this all the time, right? Our staff does it on a daily basis, right? When they're interacting with other agencies or that sort of thing. And then, it is something that, again, with our proposals in January, for example, that you delegated to the president and the board vice president to actually be the advocates. And we did that work throughout the course of the year.
This is Carrie. Also, things like directing staff to develop the complaint tracking system, the complainant liaison unit, that's setting policy on how you're going to spend staff resources and time. So
yeah, and I guess Carrie,
to
your point, that's why legislative didn't work for me, right? Because it's much broader than just legislation, right? It's sort of, we were talking yesterday about, even how we report our numbers, right? What's our policy about how we report our figures, that sort of thing. We could choose to make a change because we think that's beneficial. And to me, that's a policy type issue. Rather, it's not an enforcement issue. It's not a licensing issue, right? It's in this, I guess, policy portfolio to achieve our mission of protecting consumers and preventing harm.
And this is Aaron. This is Aaron. Just to add onto the items that that Carrie mentioned, and maybe this is responsive to Mr. Brooks's comment as well. Is that the other? I think I see the board. Certainly we hear from advocates. On a frequent basis, and I think the board takes those and absorbs those comments in and expresses that through the policy matters and tactics that Ms. Lawson has been speaking of. And and just to add to the other list from Carrie is the board sponsored legislation on public member majority. I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but there's a proposal in our memo from this year with regard to medical records and facilitating the access of medical records that that we have in our possession. So there are, I think, a number of things that the board has taken up and adopted as a part of its own advocacy plan. Not necessarily, I think, in the method that I hear Mr. Brooks stating, but those are the ways that I see the board acting.
Can I come in there, Madam President? Just a couple of broad comments there. When I think of the mission of the medical board, it is public protection, full stop. And I think we all agree on that. And that really is the bedrock. But then when you get into the details of it, I think there are certain matters which make us unique from an enforcement agency. In terms of chronological order, we are a licensing agency. We license physicians. That is the primary means of protecting the public, to ensure that only physicians who are qualified according to very rigorous standards get a license in the first place. Secondly, enforcement obviously is extremely important. It's 80% of what we do. But enforcement takes place simply by virtue of the licensing system. So licensing is the foundation, that is the bedrock. When it comes to enforcement, there are two ways of looking at enforcement. One is the enforcement of the individual doctor. Of course, that is core to patient protection. If a doctor is not fit to practice, their license has to be revoked. But there is a second element to our enforcement, and that is, if you will, the systemic effect, the message it sends out to the entire profession. We are hoping that by doing discipline, we not only regulate the activities of one doctor, but we send a message out that contributes to promoting and maintaining high standards. So an important thing of what we do in enforcement and also licensing is to maintain and promote high standards of care. So I think that captures both the sort of bilateral element of enforcement as well as what we hope will be the systemic effect. And so that's the way that I would look at things. And just, I'll try to be very brief. A third element of what the regulator is supposed to do is to promote public confidence in the profession and in regulation. And that's very important too.
So this is Elizabeth. I want to make sure again, and for the sake of time, how does this mission statement look? So we added prevent harm and we added the policy function in there. Does that capture what the board does?
I think
I like it.
If we move away from the legislative I don't know how we exclude that when such a big part of how we affect some of the enforcement, how we affect some of the licensing is through the legislative process. And it's pretty a big function to leave out of the mission. And there is a difference between the policy internally and the legislative process.
But I think
that's
policy encompasses all of that, right? I mean, we're not laying out all the detailed steps. I think policy is broad enough. I think I didn't like the word legislative because I felt like it was too limiting. Because we don't do just that, it's broader.
Elizabeth, can I ask a question though? I mean, as I think about how we structured our strategic plan the last time we did it, we have a section regarding legislature. We have a section regarding administrative staff and other things. And might there be an opportunity to drill down on those in those areas, as well as we've talked about the need to advocate and this and that. I think we're a little bit stuck here. I actually like the way the mission statement read before. I think the discussion is valuable, but you have the time clock and you know what we have to cover. I don't know exactly.
Yes.
So, I mean, let's not stay stuck too long. And
Yeah.
I think if there's an opportunity to expand on some of the things we have concerns about in other areas.
Definitely. We, well, you all will be developing objectives for all of the goal areas. All of the goal areas have their own goal statements, so they're more specific, more descriptive. So yes, you have licensing, enforcement, legislation, regulation, outreach, and board administration. So each individual goal area has its own definition that will be more specific. So with that said, I heard, and I can't see the hands. I can't see people's faces because my screen is taking up, the PowerPoint is taking up my screen. But do I hear consensus for this mission statement as it is with the additions, prevent harm and then the policy function?
I'm good with this. This is Dick Thorpe.
Yeah, this Ryan Brooks, I'm good also.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Jim Helzer, I agree.
Okay. So I hear some agreements there. Unless anyone else has anything to add, I think I'll move on to the vision statement.
Elizabeth, Carrie here. Are you going to ask for public comment at certain stages?
Yes, I'll refer back to NBC staff. I believe that was going to be done at the end, but if staff can please confirm.
How many people are in the queue?
The queue hasn't been opened up for public comments yet. I've been waiting for a prompt on that.
But are we, so I see that there's, sorry, Elizabeth, it's Christina Lawson, the board president, because I know you can't see us. It's, I see strategic planning action items, A, review and possible revision of the board's mission, vision, and values. Are we taking public comment on that as an item? Or are we gonna
It
do
looks
it
like
one by one? Yeah,
it's agendized as one agenda item 19. So you're going to do A, B, and C and then take public comment.
okay. That's fine.
Thank you. So move on with vision.
I think that's fine, but I would remind and educate Elizabeth to the fact that if there are folks in the queue, they're not short on words. And I realize there's a 20-minute opportunity, but I hope that you put that in your time frame in your clock. You may find we run out of time.
Well, so we're doing okay based on what our schedule is, I think. But here, I have a question. I think maybe on the fly, I'd like to revise what Carrie just said and take public comment on 19A, mission, vision, values, and then take it again at strategic goals and take it again at goal objectives. Is that okay?
I would do it
I
all
think
at once.
those are three distinct things, and so let's take them on those distinct things, unless the board objects. Okay, we'll do it that way. So after we get through mission, vision, values, we'll then take public comment on those three items, and then we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So here's your vision statement. Take a moment to read that and let me know if you have any refinements to it.
I'd like to put the prevent harm in here somewhere too, I guess. To prevent harm and advance high quality, safe medical care. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I like it. I think it adds something to the vision. It prioritizes something important.
This is Jim. I like it too.
Yeah, I'm good with that. This is Dick Thorpe.
Okay, so I hear a lot of consensus for adding the prevent harm and keeping the vision statement as demonstrated here.
One comment, if I may, I'm not going back to the mission statement, but the vision statement. I think that this whole concept of what I would tell you from when I read the mission statement, it's very much board focused. It doesn't show the collaborative nature. So somewhere along there, maybe in the vision, proactive engagement, things that show that we're not just in isolation and it's not just the Medical Board of California on its own, because consumers look to us and forget about the fact that maybe we are working with legislators, we are working with medical schools, we are working with those things. So yes, we can be a premier consumer protection agency, but we don't do that on our own and by ourselves. We do that in collaboration. And so are we a collaborative group, or are we just the Medical Board of California? So I think somewhere that premier consumer protection agency leading the effort, you can lead the effort, but do we lead it? And do we collaborate with all the other entities that create the very people that are going to care for our healthcare consumer? That would be my comment. I don't know how others feel.
Dr. Bullitt, I really like that, and I'm trying to think about how we would include
Leave it
that
in.
here, right? I mean, leading the effort. I mean, both leading it and then somehow collaborating with other stakeholders, right?
Yes.
To prevent harm and advance high quality, safe medical care. That sounds, collaborating with stakeholders sounds too, I don't know. That doesn't sound vision-y enough, I guess, to me. But it's the sentiment I think that you're getting at, and I do think, if this is our aspiration for us to be the leaders and for us to bring others in, right, and really, I guess, lead the effort, I think that's I think that's an important goal. I like it. I just don't know I don't know what words.
Protection agency leading through the effort. Yeah, I know, have to think about it. I don't want to hold the board up.
Leading the effort, like maybe we could even change leading.
To be a premier consumer.
Christina, how about
Leading the effort, like what's the effort, I guess.
What's the effort,
Yeah.
right?
Dr. Thorpe?
Well, I was just going to say the effort is preventing harm, advancing high quality, safe medical care, but then you could say by collaborating with stakeholders, and you could be more specific, because stakeholders are obviously the public and the profession, by collaborating with the public and the profession.
Right.
Sorry, that was
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say it's the profession, but we're leaving out that big thing called the healthcare infrastructure. Right? That's what gets us in difficulty, right? We got layers and layers and layers and layers. So those people in the hospital association, the ACSs, the trainees of medical assistants, all those people involved in healthcare impact what we do and how we do.
okay. I would like to thank you for that. I want to make sure to help you make this vision statement not so wordy. Vision statements typically are more impactful because when they're short and straight to the point, so someone can read it and it's memorable. So definitely want to keep that short and simple, not too complex, not too many things in play. My co-facilitator suggested this wording below, a leader and collaborator in the effort to prevent harm and advance high quality, safe medical care. I'm not sure if that's something you're interested in.
How about instead of collaborator, use the word partner.
Partner's good. I like partner.
And of course, feel free to refine this or let me know if you want to keep your original one. We did the new vision, the example below doesn't include the premier consumer protection portion of it. I'm not sure if that's something you wanted to keep.
So I guess like with respect to the
leading and
Premier Consumer Protection Agency, I don't know that it's important to me that we be the best agency ever, right? If we're a leader and partner in actually advancing this vision, right? So I don't know that we need to say we're the premier consumer protection agency. I guess I don't know that adds anything. I kind of like the revision. What do other people think?
I like the idea about being the premier consumer protection agency because it is, as you said, aspirational, and it's okay to want to be the best. We've been told that in some ways we actually found a list of being the best in certain areas compared to other medical boards. So I like that idea of being premier. It's aspirational. I think it's okay.
Okay, how about to be the premier consumer protection agency by leading and partnering in the effort to prevent? I mean, tells you what we do. But if other people like to be the premier agency, and
Fine.
I just don't see collaboration anywhere in our mission statement and our vision statement. And if we don't collaborate with others, I don't know how we're going to do our work.
Okay, so
I like that suggestion, Dr. Balat, by leading and partnering to be I like that. There's Dick Thorpe.
I think it changes it in a way that's very positive.
Right.
okay. I hear agreement for this vision to be the premier consumer protection agency by leading and partnering in the effort to prevent harm and advance high quality, safe medical care.
Yeah. Do we have any dissenting opinions? I want to make sure we hear from everybody if there's a different point of view.
I don't know I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but do you need in the effort, or can you just say to prevent harm? See what that looks like. Oh, I see. And then it would be to prevent harm. I don't know if I'm just curious what people think, if that even flies. Less words is your point.
I mean, it sounds fine to me, and I like it shorter.
Yeah, I think that's more concise.
Any other thoughts, any refinements, any oppositions to this new vision? You also have an opportunity to express some of the collaborative values that you were speaking about in the values. Medical board currently doesn't have a set of values. Is that something you're interested in developing today? So you have your mission statement, your vision statement, and your values can help. And I don't have any slides for you, but I can say it out loud. Your values are your guiding principles. They help with operations, with the day-to-day decisions that staff, that the executive team are making, with the interactions that your staff are having with your licensees, with consumers, with all your external stakeholders. The values can set a culture within the board and with the relationships that you have outside with other stakeholders. It communicates your core priorities. It can communicate your mission, how you're going to accomplish your mission. What are those behaviors, those decisions that you'll be making, how your stakeholders are going to be treated. So your values can pretty much set the tone for your mission, your vision, and your strategic plan. Is that something you're interested in doing today? Selecting your values?
I say absolutely.
Okay.
Elizabeth, it's Carrie, and can
Uh-huh.
we just go back to the vision here because I mean I like the idea of it being shorter, but I'm wondering if we do need in the efforts still in there because um, that says we say by leading, but leading what or partnering in what. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
So Carrie, are you saying that because we're not actually like in a hospital preventing harm, right? We're leading the effort to prevent harm, so we need some sort of clarifier there.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
if
it
it's
Okay.
not in the effort, it needs to be something else. But I
Okay.
think that leaving that in there works. I think if you take it out,
It doesn't. Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with
And,
that.
and,
I'm
I,
fine with
and I had this to be premier consumer protection agency by leading and collaborating, or if we don't like collaborating, with interested parties, because it's with whom, for whom, by whom. So those things, that was your point, Carrie, I think. In the effort to, or if you said to be the premier consumer protection agency by leading and collaborating with interested parties to prevent. I don't know. It just needed, it was missing something, or in the effort to.
I think that I kind of like this. That's fine.
Okay.
It's sort of consistent with what we had before.
Okay.
But it adds the two things that we're a collaborator, right, or a partner, and that prevention is an important part of it, which I really like.
Or we can take out the effort and say just to prevent harm and advance high quality and safe medical care. And then,
So that's what Carrie's saying, though. She's
Yeah.
saying we're not really directly involved in preventing harm. We're sort of indirectly involved, right?
this is aspirational, so we don't have to be exact.
True.
That's a good point, TJ. This is a facilitator. That was a good point. It's supposed to be aspirational. Don't have to be very specific and detailed, and it can be more of an aspiration than leaving it a little bit vague is okay. Any other thoughts with vision statement before we move on to values? Nope. Okay, so we move on to values. And this is an activity. Ask that board members please select your top 5 values. Again, remembering that these values are that represent the board's interactions with its stakeholders, with its licensees, its consumers, the board's moral compass, basically how it makes its decisions, how it does its day-to-day work. So we ask you to select the top 5 and send that list to, I believe you should be able to send it through a chat or through a Q&A. Please, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong. Send that to, there's no chat function, thank you. So through the Q&A to the panelist or to my co-facilitator, Trisha St. Clair.
So I don't know that we have the Q&A.
If I turn on the Q&A, it'll be for everyone.
Right.
I understand. Okay.
So, I mean, can we just go one by one? We're gonna have to, because it'll be for all of our 65 participants as well. If you turn on the Q&A, Sean, right? So can we just go maybe board member by board member and and then we can say them out loud?
Sure, if you all feel comfortable sharing your values out loud, we can definitely do that.
Are we comfortable with that?
I am.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen really fast, and I'm going to give the presenter role to my co-facilitator.
Okay, so I didn't get through my 5 before you took that down. I don't know if
I
everybody else did.
apologize. We'll bring it up in just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Trisha.
I mean, is consumer protection really a value?
No.
Okay.
Can I help with this? Just since I've had a pretty extensive business background before I did other things in this area. And there's kind of benchmarks for this. Ms. Cornell probably knows that when we talk about values, it is absolutely not aspirational, but it really kind of gives you who we are as an organization when we are at our natural best. So when I'm not doing anything, this is just who I am. And the values are more expressive of an action, like a verb. And it really forms the foundation of the culture that we want to build or the culture that we envision. And it will ultimately take the form of how we show up every single day. And that's just the backdrop. That's kind of like the benchmark little chat around when we talk about values, whether we're talking about it organizationally or from a personal values point of view. And I just thought I'd share that since that's what I do professionally.
Thank you. Do you, board members, do you need a couple more minutes to identify your top 5 values? Are you
Yes,
ready
please.
to go? Okay, so we'll give a few more minutes if we can please have those minutes in silence so people can have the time to concentrate on those values. Coming back, board members, did you need a few more minutes to identify the values? Okay, we can start off with, give me just a moment so I can bring up my list here. Okay, so, and I'm just going to go from the list that I have here on the website, or if someone else would like to go through the list. But Christina, if you would like to start off with your first 5 values, and we'll have Trisha note them down here on the slide.
Okay. Trust, professionalism.
Okay, and if we can go in a little bit slower pace so we make sure that.
I didn't rank them, but what? Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. I mean, I didn't reprioritize them. Trust,
that's okay.
professionalism, integrity, empathy, and equity.
And moving on to Randine Hawkins, your top 5.
Again, not necessarily in this order. Responsive, empathy, respect, trust.
Give us just a moment here.
Okay,
So
I'm sorry.
empathy,
Responsive,
trust,
empathy, respect, trust, and education.
thank you. And we don't have Lori here today, correct? No. Michelle?
Sure. Accountability, diversity,
Ability.
integrity, professionalism, trust.
Moving on to Ryan Brooks.
I have accountability, consumer protection, fairness, transparency, and trust.
Moving on to James.
I have communication, fairness, integrity, professionalism, and transparency.
Moving on to Nicole, Jean.
I have effectiveness, empathy, equity, integrity, and trust.
CSC. Do we have David logged in?
David Rue.
Yes.
I have consumer protection, trust, fairness, accountability, communication.
Thank you, David. I apologize. I scrolled down too fast. And Richard Thorpe.
Yeah, some of these were hard to decide to choose between, but I had competence, communication, collaboration, integrity, and transparency.
Velling.
Yeah. My 5 were accountability, competent, education, fairness, and quality.
To TJ Watkins.
I had empathy, accountability, consistency,
Okay,
trust,
sorry, just a little bit slower. Empathy.
empathy,
Uh-huh.
accountability, consistency, trust, and respect.
Thank you.
Nice.
And we are going to maybe highlight the top ones. So I have accountability with 5, empathy with 4, fairness with 4, integrity with 5, and trust with 7. So those seem to be the top ones, the top values. How do you feel about those being the board's values? So we have accountability, integrity, empathy, fairness, and trust.
I like it. Any comments?
One comment, just kind of thinking about the literature on EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion, fairness versus equity. I guess that was my only question, is because they, in many ways, are similar but not quite the same. But I guess do we think of things in equity or fairness? Because life isn't fair sometimes, but equity is a different concept. But other than that, I think it's an excellent.
So how do we make this a noun? I just want to take perhaps 1 minute and say, how do we put this in a daily practice, right? It's to make it an actionable. How do we can have a discussion on how do we see this playing out? Accountability can be an action that is measurable, as an example. Empathy could be an action that is demonstratable. And so the point that I'm saying when I'm taking that exercise is, how do I see all of this? I love it living in the Medical Board of California, that people that are having an interaction would say, oh yeah, they are solidly accountable. I can see it in how they conduct themselves in an integritous manner, and they're pretty fair. And it fosters trust and in their processes. So on that check, I think they all checked out that they can't take a active living role within the board.
I wanted to go back very quickly for to the fairness value. Are you all okay with fairness, or is there a preference to go to equity? I do have the definition here of equity being the quality of being fair and impartial. So it does include the fairness portion in there, or would you rather keep the value fairness?
I'm inclined to keep fairness as Randy, primarily because I have a definition or concept of equity in my mind, and it encompasses fairness as well. But I think anyone who reading the values needs to understand what that value is. And I think most people understand fairness. Not everybody may understand equity.
Thank you. And I see nods, so I see agreement. Okay.
I agree.
Okay. So these are your values, unless anyone else would like to, would like to see a value that is not up here and wants to see it as part of the board's values list, or if you think one doesn't belong there and would like to have a discussion about removing it. Otherwise, we'll move forward to public comment. I think that was the board's decision.
And can I just ask a question? I mean, when we say these are our values, I mean, I'm used to when we're doing an exercise like this, you actually prioritize, you put them in an order or that sort of thing too. How are these then, where are these represented, and how, I guess to TJ's point too, how do we use them, right? I mean,
those will be shown with your strategic plan. So in your strategic plan, you list your mission, vision, and you will be listing your values as well. And
I mean, are we listing them just in alphabetical order, or are we?
And that's a question for the board. Would you like to list them in alphabetical order, or would you like to list them in some sort of priority? I caution against the prioritizing them, because then a stakeholder might perceive, oh, you care about this more than that in terms of values. But if that is your choice, if you do feel strongly about some values and would like to prioritize them, more than welcome to do that.
I just feel like leading with trust is important, I guess, right? Like that seems to me to be what we would want to lead with. I mean, maybe we could just organize them by how many votes they have here. I don't know, but anyway, let's move on to public comment, and we'll hold that for now.
So you'd like me to open the public comment now?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, so the Q&A window and the hand raising features have been activated. If anyone's on a call in line and would like to raise their hand, you can do it by pressing *3. Go ahead and raise your hands and we can call on you in the order that they come in. First up here, we have Eric Anderson. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt.
If you won't let us readily participate on each agenda item as the law requires, I wish you'd at least turn on the commenting so we can send in comments as the topics occur. You can take or leave them, but it might be of help. As to the word policy, the entire sentence reads, and to promote access to quality medical care through the board's licensing, policy, and regulatory functions. The liaison board and such doesn't promote quality healthcare. It's a stopgap to correct the fact that you're not doing your job properly. It's cleaning house. This board actually does very, very little when it comes to legislation or policy. You only act when you are absolutely required to. You initiate nothing in that regard, especially when it comes to promoting access to quality medical care. We were actually told by Kimberly Kirkmeyer, your former executive director and now leader of the so-called impartial Department of Consumer Affairs, that the board does not approach legislators on their own and we have to do it ourselves. She said the legislature responds better to consumers, which to me seemed like a cop-out at the time. Your vision should include making true patient safety the #1 priority without outside influence of the medical industry and politics. You've got a long climb to become the premier consumer protection agency, since other DC agencies are already leaps and bounds ahead of you. And I think leader and partnering is good as long as the partnering isn't with political lobby groups like the CMA, whose sole goal is to protect doctors. Their mission statement and the boards are in direct conflict with each other. So to partner with them is ridiculous. Your vision should include finding every avenue possible to protect consumers, even when the solutions don't exist yet. As to values, the ones you came up with are goals and not reality. Christina, the definition of value is, quote, the regard that something is held to deserve, the importance, worth, or usefulness of something, close quote. Being a protector is most certainly a value. So maybe the term consumer protection is wrong. It should have said protector. It's too bad the words advocate and champion weren't on the list, but also ironic. I love that Randy chose empathy because that is sorely lacking on the board. Dev Gananadev used to lie to us and say he feels our pain, but then told me in the elevator that I should have known better than to go to a bad doctor. Richard is always more concerned about taking up a doctor's time or how much their licensing fees are than patient safety is. Those things are not empathy. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Anne Fuqua, and you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Are you able to hear me?
We can, Anne. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure. My name is Ann Pequay. Patients for or families for intractable pain relief. It's the organization I'm part of. This has been really interesting with what you've gone through this morning. I think that this is helpful, and I get that it's when you have so much to do and the board is so bogged down with just trying to get through these complaints, stuff like this often, doesn't happen, but to get a roadmap for exactly what to do, I think that's very smart, and I like the values that you've come the values that you've come up with. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Anne. Next up here, we have Rosie Arthur's Rosie should be receiving that prompt.
In addition to being a forensic neuropsychologist, I also had another career in business as an analyst for 25 years, taking some organizations from the worst to the best in the area. And this was a major company in the United States. And so I've seen how organizations work. And I've identified problems here. And one of the problems is well, you can set your goals and have the best of intentions. Virtually 99% of organizations fail at least once in facilitating what's necessary to accomplish those goals. Okay. Now, at one time, the board was the leader in the country in some areas, but that leadership was given up in 2015 when you partnered with the DWC and accepted their specific goals that were anti-consumer protection and took those on as your own, which got you off track. And in the ensuing 7 years, the committees that should have been there to help facilitate the change that you were talking about doing and keeping you up to date with the current problems that we were encountering in healthcare and in life in general, nothing was being done. So then you're already off track looking at other things. So that's the reality of it. I think your mission statement needs to include something along the lines of education and enhancing the tools available to the providers and the patients alike, doing something to really make the standard of care something that can be identified when somebody else is looking at what your standard of care is. Because there is as you saw from the trail making test that you did in the beginning, how easily you are influenced. Again, you can have wonderful intentions, but how something is framed. So you'll see an agency that's mandated to do A, B, and C,
30 seconds.
but they don't want to do it They don't want to do it, so they farm out the training to another institution who then superimposes your actual goals beyond the mandate. So you have to avoid that. Partnering is very important. And as I pointed out yesterday with the CYP 450 issue, that will make a huge difference in the availability of good health care and successful outcomes. The VA has been doing this for 12 years. Okay. So there are partners to choose, and the DWC will.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Dr. Hannah Ree.
Should say Black Patients Matter. That's how I listed it. But in any event, after listening to the discussion, I'm very disappointed to see that what's not being recognized is the nuances in meaning. So what I see, or what we see at Black Patients Matter, is that the semantics and the understanding of the semantics is being misunderstood by Ms. Lawson. Ms. Lawson, as the evidence will show, has, I don't know if it's an unconscious bias or a conscious bias against other cultures. And so when reviewing this for federal court, what you'll see is that Ms. Lawson is trying to impose her white education upon others on the medical board who maybe not necessarily went to school in this country and have a different understanding of their English, of their language. So she doesn't embrace that, but corrects it. And so it just adds to the fact that Ms. Lawson has been an ineffective and a poor communicator for this medical board. Her actions, again, have shown she doesn't embrace diversity, and that she's somewhat robotic in her interactions, and to that end, she's predictable. So I will continue to monitor this, and I expect that there will be a continued misunderstanding on her part because she's not embracing the cultural differences in the English language. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, you should be receiving that request.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I'm Marion Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. I get the feeling from this meeting that this board is moving toward a more warm, fuzzy feeling toward the licensing and enforcement of doctors, and is forgetting that your purpose is to protect consumers. It's not to promote the profession, no matter what the CMA tells you to do. Your job is not to promote the profession. A better image is a side effect of strong enforcement, but it is not your job to sell doctors. What you don't realize is that if you don't discipline dangerous doctors, they won't stop. It's like a bank robber who keeps at it until arrested. I can name doctors who are frequent flyers, as we call them, who get away with case after case of harm. There's a doctor in Northern California who is still practicing with only 3 years of probation after you found him responsible for 4 deaths. 4. How is that public protection? It sounds like you held his hand and told him everything will be okay. Going before the medical board should be like being called into the principal's office. You know you were in trouble before you get there. You could get a warning or a suspension, but you know you wouldn't get called in if you didn't do something wrong in the first place. You vow to behave better so you don't get called in again. It just makes me angry that it takes you 3.3 years by your own admission to complete an investigation. You're on the verge of insolvency. National networks and influential newspapers have written articles on how you are failing to protect patients by allowing dangerous doctors to continue practicing. And yet, your response is to want to change the wording of your mission and vision statement so you can all feel better. It's rather pathetic. California deserves better. We deserve to feel safe when we walk into a doctor's office. We need to have confidence that this doctor is safe. And the only way you can do that is by enforcement to protect us from dangerous doctors. Do your job. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I do not see any additional requests in queue.
This is Elizabeth. Any changes you would like to make to the mission, vision, values, or keep them as they are?
Can we possibly see it again?
Name them again,
Yes.
Elizabeth. Oh, empathy, trust, fairness, and accountability. There's a fifth one.
Let me share my screen here. Give it a moment to warm up. I don't see it sharing my screen. Give me just a moment. Oh, my presenter. Yes, I'm presenter. Share. Okay, there you go.
We probably can figure it out. It's definitely empathy, trust, fairness, and accountability. That's for sure. There's a, I remember the fifth one.
Accountability, empathy, fairness, integrity, trust.
No, integrity was what I was missing.
You wanted to see your mission and vision as well, correct? Give me just a moment. I'm sure I'm having technical difficulty here.
I would agree with Christine. I don't know if anyone else made a comment about this, about prioritization. I like the idea with leading with a specific one that may be very, very important, like empathy, but I have some concerns about being someone saying, "Oh, this you value this one more than another," while at some point one may have an overreaching importance and encompasses any portions of ones that are not listed. And I don't mean to be confusing or unclear.
If I can have my co-facilitator read out loud the values so I can highlight them here on my PowerPoint. Or here, thank you. So we have accountability, empathy, fairness, integrity, and trust.
Can I ask a quick question? You see, I'm looking at this and I'm asking myself this question. I always do this. Is what is my personal blind spot? I like the values, but I feel there's a disconnect between our core role, right, which is consumer protection, and it not being part of our values. I don't feel like there's a plug-in. And I just want to maybe perhaps see, is that my blind spot, or do any other of the board members feel that disconnect, that we talk from our mission, that we protect consumers, we want to be the premier consumer protection kind of agency, and then when it comes down to the values, there's now no mention. And I thought if we thread that right through our values, it may resonate right through. And I just want to explore that and see where the rest of the panel is with regard to that. Just as an exploration into our own blind spots. I like to look at myself and say, am I missing something? And that's the only thing I found.
And TJ, I guess that's why I asked when we started this exercise, like, is consumer protection actually a value, or is that what we do, right? It doesn't fit to me with all the rest of these things. And so I guess I was thinking about, well, how do we how do we do that, right? What are our values? What drives our work in consumer protection, right? It's trust, integrity, fairness, empathy, accountability, some of these other words. I chose some different ones. So I don't disagree with you that I think that by having it on this list, if we don't add it to the values, it almost makes it seem like it's missing, right? But I really feel like it is the work we're actually doing, right? We bring our values to that work, but
You see, it was actually your question that I wrote it down, and then I wrote down my response, and I was so knee-jerk. When I just looked at my page right here, I'm like, that was too knee-jerk, dude. Maybe what Christina had was of a blind spot. And
Okay.
I mean, I like to do this process and reveal, okay, this is what because this is for us to develop.
Right.
And I just thought that maybe I was too quick to say, no, not a value, you know?
Because but wouldn't the value be something like safety or, I mean, to somebody else made the point, isn't it just protect, right? Protection is the value.
You see something to that effect because the value is the action that is then taken it's an action. And I feel like ultimately our prime directive is consumer protection. And if we could tread it right down, right from our vision, mission, and into our values, I think we would have covered all the bases because since we didn't have values, these 5 values is actually forward-looking aspirational as to what we want to create, right? Whatever existed in the past, it's not that important. It gives us something to work from, but this is actually giving us a way to, like shed some light onto the future that we envision as a board right now. And I just thought that was kind of important, and it's just, I just thought, it's a blind spot that I personally overlooked, and I just wanted to check with the rest of the board how they felt about that.
Hi, this is Michelle. I think you have an excellent point, and I was with Christina in the sense of thinking about it, and then as we explore it from the mission, the vision, and the value, and I think about this as a value, consumer protection, we absolutely at the core. And I would just throw this idea out there. If and I don't know why we have to have 5, maybe we can have 6. But the point is that I think consumer protection would be important. And speaking only for myself, and it's interesting on the empathy, when we do our work, we are empathetic. But if I had to choose 5, I think I would put consumer protection ahead of it.
And this is Elizabeth. There's no need, it doesn't have to be 5, it can be 6. We can definitely add consumer protection if you would like as a value. And just to point out, since consumer protection is your mandate, your mission, it's implied within all of the work that you do, but it definitely could be in value as well if you would like to add it. So is consumer protection a value you would like to add?
If it was just up to me, I would vote yes.
Okay. How about everyone else?
I don't object to it being added.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with TJ. I think these are aspirational goals, not and consumer protection, of course. We want that that is our mandate. I don't have any objection to adding it as a 6th value.
I agree, Randy.
Yeah, this is Veeling. The reason why I didn't choose consumer protection in my 5 is because I thought of it as our goal. This is the goal of what we do. And the 5 values I chose is because I don't know if, Dr. Thorpe said it's more aspirational. I think it's more like these are the things that when I try to achieve consumer protection, everything I do in terms of analyzing a case, a bill, a statute, these are the values that I'm accountable when I look at this. When I'm empathetic to the constituents, to the consumers. I'm fair in deciding what I do and how I vote. My integrity is there. I stand behind my vote, and that I'm trustworthy. People can trust me in that I'm doing my job and I'm doing everything I can to achieve consumer protection. So That's sort of the reasoning behind why I didn't choose it, because I thought consumer protection more as a goal, and I have no objections to adding it as a value.
Thank you. With that said, other board members who agreed to add it as a value, are you still okay adding it as a value?
This is Jim. I agree with adding it.
Okay. And anyone else? I hear no opposition to adding consumer protection. So did you want to take a look at your mission and vision one last time?
Sure.
Yes.
Could I make a quick comment, Madam Chair? So I think this is a great exercise, and I agree with pretty much almost everything that has been said. But and I'm sorry I missed the first 30 minutes, so I read through the SWOT analysis and everything else. But this is a great discussion, and I completely agree. I'm fine with the mission, I'm fine with the vision, and I'm also fine with our value words that we picked. There's no problem with that. And I don't want to muddy the water here, but I just want to make it, I just want to point out the fact that, I looked up the Business and Professions Code of how the California Medical Board was created. And in particular, Section 2001.1 pretty much gives the role of this board, which is pretty much in line with our mission statement, which is great, right? And then Section 2004 lists exactly A through I. The board shall have responsibility for the following things, which is mostly enforcement and licensing items. Now, I bring that up because it's a great discussion, especially when it comes to policy and everything else. We have a lot of aspirational things we want to do to protect the consumers, but it kind of gives a false sense to the people on the outside that we can do everything, right? And a lot of people compare us to the CMA, how the CMA, the CMA is so much more effective. Well, the CMA exists, and one of their core mission statements is to lobby for legislation. That is not one of our core, I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but that is not one of our core fundamental things. The legislature and the governor created this body, decades ago to do predominantly I could read it, protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the Medical Board of California in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. So, and it's kind of what Bill said earlier on. So we don't exist to lobby the legislature on asking them to change the law. First off, we don't create the law, because there's a lot of consumers who call in thinking that we actually create these laws. We do not. We merely execute what the elected officials in the state of California has created on behalf of the public. So we execute. Sometimes we disagree. Sometimes we wish, and we have been lobbying the state to say, first off, we don't have enough money to execute our core function. Second, we think we need to broaden some of these roles so that we can properly do what you asked us to do. And we asked them for that, but that is not our main role. Our main role is to do what they told us to do and to enforce and to overview the actual roles they told us to do. So while we're having these discussions, I mean, there's a lot of things that we want, and I know a caller called in and said that the previous executive director said that you as a public member has more power than the board. Actually, that is true. The legislators created this board law, created our regulations. And if you tell the legislator to change it and they change the law and they tell us to do something different, we must do it. So, I mean, in that sense, the public can make those changes, asking the legislator to do it. And it's difficult, and the CMA is effective because they have a very singular focus. We don't. And the fact is, when we ask the legislator to do this, we are one of many regulatory bodies that exist that are also asking for so many things. Right now, the legislature, the elected officials, the governor, their primary focus is probably homelessness, housing, environmentalism, and we kind of fall by the wayside. Not to say what we're doing is not important. It's very important. It's very important for the consumers, yet it is a lower, it could be a lower priority for many of the legislators, so it falls on deaf ears. So I just want to make sure that we have it in perspective when we're talking about all of this, because it gives a false sense of I don't want to say false sense of not hope, but false sense to the public that we are like a be all end all, which we are not.
Can I help you clarify that, David? You see, my experience right now on the board has, and I'm sure Christina will help me where I cannot explain it properly, but we have two lobbying opportunities, and that is at sunset review and when legislation appears before us that affects public protection. The fact, and you are entirely right, that CMA exists to protect their members, which are all doctors. And they do that by having created, second to none, a lobbying prowess at the California legislature that we cannot simply compete with. But herein lies the opportunity that perhaps, we must reinvent this one aspect of the board where we say we use Aaron in a new way. We are already using all of his talents, but to think of new ways about how we can lobby the legislature. And maybe Aaron should not just be the only one. Maybe Aaron should have a team or to another person to help him to develop kind of a real plan that continuously work with the legislature as CMA has done, because what CMA has done is they've left us the blueprint to be successful in lobbying the legislature. And that's our area of weakness. And since we are, well, and I mean, that's just how I see it. And I will stop this not to eat so much time.
Hey,
This is
TJ.
Elizabeth. This is Elizabeth. I apologize. I want to make sure we bring us back in, and yes, I'll let you share your thoughts there. I apologize. Didn't mean to interrupt you. But I want to remind that we are running out of time. At this rate, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to finish the strategic plan today, and that's okay. You can schedule another day for to continue with the strategic planning session. But I do want to encourage you to, if there's a lengthy discussion, for example, about policy and legislation, to save that for the goal area of legislation, regulation, and perhaps clarify that goal statement, or perhaps create objectives to address any concerns that you do have regarding that goal area. And to keep focus, as right now we're looking at mission, vision, values. If there's anything you would like to change, please be specific and say what are the words that you would like to change in the vision statement, so or the mission statements. And I appreciate the discussion. It definitely helps with the creativity and developing your mission, vision, values, and your objectives. But please keep in mind that we are trying to put together a strategic plan here today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. When we talk about policy and our mission statement, I started the conversation off is the goal of this board to be advocates, to go to the legislature to advocate specific changes to legislation. I don't believe that's what our mission is. We do interpret policy. We do comment on policy from when it comes from the legislature to us. But if we're going to reinvent what we do, it should be for a much different time and lengthy discussion. Because if that is our mission, and we're going to include that into our mission, every public comment that comes through about policy, we should be listening to it as we do, taking a vote on it, and creating a plan on how we're going to lobby the legislature for this, for a different discussion. But that's why we are policy, but I want policy to be interpreted as we're a lobbying group.
Mr. Brooks, we are actually that now, because we have just presented the whole array of proposed legislation that affects public protection. And I think one of our roles, maybe an overlooked part of our role, is that when there's legislation that shows up that inhibits us from actually protecting the public. And Ms. Lawson and the team was great in presenting such proposed legislative changes, then that's our duty. And as we go through it, we will discover more and more little things in the law that prejudice the public protection role. And I think that's what people are referring to, is that in the past, maybe that wasn't our role completely, but our role has changed because the laws have shifted so much through lobbying efforts from stakeholders that have a different interest than us. And I totally agree with you. That was not our role, if you just look at it. But it's now becoming our role because it does impact public protection. And I apologize for going off script.
Yeah, no, don't apologize. You make a good point. My only question is there's a difference between a proactive and reactive. We do, and this board shouldn't always react to proposed legislation. We're 100%. The question is, should we proactively be lobbying the legislature, for new legislation? And that's for a different discussion, different time. But I think it's worth, having that conversation with the board.
And I don't want to kill this topic, but I'll try to make it short. TJ, we've had this conversation many times, and I understand your frustrations, and I get frustrated too when I see some of these cases. But I'm more in line with what Ryan's trying to say. I actually disagree with you. That I don't think we are a lobbying arm. That is not in the mandate, in the statutes where we're created. It does not say we should lobby. But as a matter of fact, we do lobby whenever we can. I mean, Aaron has personally called me. I know he calls board members to call elected officials that we know to try to get some of our changes asked to be changed, to be included. I know previous board members, including our president, has been talking to the various legislatures, asking them to push or change some of the things that we're asking for. But if we wanted to even though the state statute does not say it, if we as a board wants to become a lobbying arm, then Aaron needs like 10 staff members. We need a fund to track each assembly member and their interest in all of that. We need to, if we don't go the money route, if we want to organize, then we have to start organizing marches. We have to start doing letter writing campaigns. I mean, this is how you affect legislation. And that in itself, it's a whole division. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but we were not mandated by the state to do that. The state is giving us money from the state budget to do enforcement as well as regulating the existing laws and the statutes. They're not giving us money to lobby them and to tell them what to do because they were elected by the people to figure out what's best consumer protection. And they figure out what's best consumer protection, and we try to execute what they said. We might disagree with it, and when we do, we try to tell them this is not right, it's not helping, or we need more help here. But I think that's where I disagree. We are not a lobbying arm. We are a body that executes what is written in law.
This is
Elizabeth,
facilitator.
Are you going to move on?
I recommend that we move on and all of these concerns that you have regarding legislation regulation be addressed in that goal area so objectives can be developed and you can all effectively address these concerns.
May I just make one last comment, and it'll be on topic here. I think the word education, and let me just say when I read this, it says through the proper licensing. I just want to make a statement that I don't hear often, that doctors just don't come from the ground and sprout up. They have to go through a process, and that process is their education. And to get the license, they have to meet a whole lot of requirements, and there's a whole lot of other things people could be doing besides being physicians, and the people that choose that. And I've been in academic medicine for 30 years. And I just would like to make the pitch that, believe me, the doctors that don't do wrong, they see the medical board as an enforcement. In fact, if you go to a meeting, they say, well, what does the medical board say? Because disciplinary action is of top of mind for physicians. And I think that if we ever had the opportunity to have a discussion about what does it mean through proper licensing, there's a whole lot of steps and a lot of things that have to be done before a physician gets a license. and before they practice medicine and before they develop post-residency and fellowship to do what they do. I think our advocates, I appreciate them. And believe me, my respect and empathy goes out to hear what you say. So I just want to make the pitch that whatever we do in our coming up discussion, that we don't focus only on the bad doctors, but there's good doctors out there too, the majority.
Thank you. Was there a change to the mission statement? I want to make sure
I just said proper licensing when the statement was made by one of the advocates out there. She says, make education and enhancing the standard of care to be identifiable. I realized that proper licensing was the shortcut to get to that. So I'm just putting that out there, and we don't have time for that now. But I just wanted to make that point.
Any suggestions to make any changes to the mission or vision or values, or shall we move
I
forward?
think we're ready to move on.
Thank you. At this point, I ask if you would like to take a break before moving on to the actual development of the objectives, so we can create a sort of a separation here, refresh minds. Is that something you're interested in doing?
I think we should take a 15-minute break. Yeah. Let's be back at 11:15.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome back. So now we will take a look at the objectives, but first let's look at the goal areas that you will be working on today, which are licensing, enforcement, legislation and regulation, outreach, and board administration. As you start looking at each one, we may remind you if there's a conversation, a discussion that's better suited for another goal area, we might remind you to, or objective, we might remind you to save those discussions, those objectives for the appropriate goal area. But definitely let us know, because we're not the experts, let us know if that discussion indeed is necessary for that specific goal area. So again, today's agenda is to develop objectives that address any challenges, any major accomplishments that need to happen in those goal areas. Typically, we recommend anywhere from 3 to 6 objectives per goal area. There's no hard rule on how many, of course, because there can be many objectives that you do need to, challenges that you do need to address for certain goal areas. Definitely, you might have to develop a few more objectives than what we recommend here. A quick overview of what a strategic plan looks like. At the foundation of your strategic plan, you have your mission, vision, and values, and that dictates the tone, the direction of your strategic plan. And your strategic plan will be composed of your goal areas, which are licensing, enforcement, legislation, regulation, outreach, and board admin. And each goal area will have a set of objectives. Here is just an example of 3, but obviously it can be less than 3, more than 3, it can be 6 objectives per goal area. So this is an outline of what your strategic plan will end up looking like. So through the strategic planning process, here's the roadmap. There is 5 different components. We finished the preliminary meeting and the setup there. We, Solid, my unit, met with medical board and introduced ourselves. We set timelines, defined roles. We basically created a customized strategic planning process that worked for the board. And then the major portion of strategic planning is the environmental scan. There, we sent out a survey out to external stakeholders, which included diverse stakeholders, which I will cover in just a moment. We conducted board member interviews and staff surveys and a management focus group and interviews of the executive team. All of this information was compiled, formatted, we analyzed it, created summaries for the environmental scan report that was provided to all of you. And that is what brings us here today, is to create a strategic plan. And hopefully you have taken a look at the environmental scan report or the summarized version, which is a 4-pager summary of that report, in order to help you develop objectives that would address challenges that were found in that environmental scan. Obviously, you can also create objectives on other items or challenges, trends that you see that were not reported in the environmental scan report. So today we will, or you will develop objectives, and moving forward after this planning session, if a second planning session is needed, which I suspect that will be needed, there will be a second planning session. After that planning session, the draft of the strategic plan will be developed. It will be sent to the executive team at Medical Board for their review and possible edits. That strategic plan will then be brought to you at a following board meeting where you will all get the chance to review, make any edits if needed, and approve with edits. After the strategic plan has been finalized and adopted is action planning, where the executive team and management, depending on who is selected for the sessions, the action planning will put those objectives that you all created today into action by breaking them down into tasks, giving them timeframes or due dates, determining metrics or performance measures or success measures, if you may, assign responsible working titles, not specific individuals, since they may come and leave the board, but responsible working titles, and that will be the last step of the strategic planning process. So with that in mind, when you're developing objectives today, we do ask you to be very specific and clear in your objectives, in the directions that you're giving the board staff, managers, because when they're developing action items, the action planning portion, they will need to be very clear in what is being requested of them. So the response rates for the environmental scan, the external stakeholders response, we received 5,061 responses. We don't have a response rate because we don't know how many people were reached, since it was posted on sites that we cannot determine the number of people that were reached. Board members received 8 responses. That's a 62% response rate. And from the executive management and staff team, we received 62 responses for a response rate of 39%. So total of 5,131 responses overall, it's a big number compared to other environmental scan responses that we've seen. And the environmental analysis consisted of us soliciting the following information, which is your SWOT analysis, your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We asked for internal strengths and weaknesses, how the board is doing in terms of its goal areas, any resources, capabilities, how the board is accomplishing its mission through those. And then opportunities and threats, those are more of an external view. What external factors can impact the board in a positive or negative way? So for strengths and opportunities, so your internal and external, you want to capitalize on those. And for your weaknesses and threats, you definitely want to mitigate those. And when you're developing objectives, typically what we see our clients do is look at those weakness summaries, and look at those threats and the opportunities as well, but typically focused on weaknesses and threats to develop those objectives, to address those in the strategic plan. So today, your resources is number one, yourself, your expertise. You're a board member, and the knowledge that you have, that you carry. The guidelines for developing objectives. You had a worksheet, some homework before today. So if you did complete that or jot down some notes, we do ask you to refer to that. And lastly, the environmental scan or the summary that you may have received. The roles and responsibilities. The strategic direction of the board is basically going to be done here today, those involved. So the board members, executive team, the strategic plan is your future direction for the next couple of years. So please keep that in mind when developing objectives. And again, quick reminder, consumer protection is your mandate. And another reminder that staff is responsible for actually implementing your strategic plan and making sure that those objectives are completed. So keep that in mind, that there's limited time and resources, including staff, but also that they need clear direction. And I'll give you a few tips on how to make effective objectives. So starting off with SMART. We recommend that your objectives be SMART or specific. So specifically details what needs to be done. Measurable, so that it's something that it's written in such a way that can be measured. So when the staff and management team is creating those action plans, they can actually create a performance or success measures for them. Action-oriented uses action words, so specifically give them direction, what is that needs to be done. Realistic, it's something that they can actually do, that it's within their mandate to do as well. And time-based, if needed, definitely assigned a due date, a time frame, if that objective or that specific issue needs to be addressed by a certain time frame. Other than that, the time frame will resort or default back to the length of a strategic plan. An example of what is not a SMART objective is better subject matter experts. That's not a SMART objective. A SMART objective would be giving actionable words, which is recruit and train. And you can be as specific as saying at least 3 subject matter experts. You don't have to be that specific. You can just say subject matter experts. For consultation on enforcement cases and to reduce investigation cycle timeframes and improve case outcomes. So looking at the SMART, the specific part is recruiting additional subject matter experts. The measurable part is the board will be able to measure how many more subject matter experts they have on their roster. The action-oriented part would be the onboarding, the recruiting and training. The realistic part is 3 subject matter experts, or just the fact that you can hire subject matter experts. That's something that's realistic. And the time base, not specifically stated in the objective here, but you can say that it is along with the strategic plan. So those are SMART objectives. We also have a formula that is, the importance here is the components, not necessarily the order. So we do recommend that you add action words. Strong action words, you have an action word list behind your worksheet that was distributed to you previously. A goal and issue, and then your benefit or your why. So here's an example. Your action is recruit and train. It's very specific and it's actionable. You're going to recruit and train. Your goal would be at least 3 subject matter experts for consultation on enforcement cases. Don't have to be that specific. You can say subject matter experts for consultation on enforcement cases. And then the benefit or the why, to reduce investigation cycle times and improve case outcomes. The benefit and why is very important. And a lot of the times we do see that clients would like to add consumer protection. That's the reason. And yes, there might be some objectives that is important to mention, but looking back at the mission and mandate of the board, everything you do, all your objectives, the main reason is consumer protection. If it's needed to repeat it, definitely repeat it. If not, be specific why that specific objective is important to complete. Because, for example, here, to reduce investigation cycle times and improve case outcomes, that's going to give staff and management specific instructions why they're doing this. Why are they recruiting and training? Why do they need more consultation or enforcement cases? They'll know what action steps to take. So with that said, do you have any questions on the instructions on how to develop your objective? So you have your SMART, and then you have your objective formula. Okay. We'll go straight into licensing. So licensing is your first goal area. Here's your definition or your goal statement for licensing. The original environmental scan, not within the board packet, but by itself, it would be pages 6 through 8. If you would like to take a moment to look at the summaries there, and we can come back and start creating those objectives. So I'm going to transition here with Trisha so she can start typing as you all start developing your objectives. Trisha, I'll give you the host role in just a moment.
Sorry, I just grabbed it. Do you need to
Oh,
show
there you
something
go.
before I share my
No,
screen?
no, go ahead. Thank you. You're
Okay.
fast.
All right. Thank you.
And board members, do you need a little bit more time to review those summaries?
I guess I have a big picture question about, are these objectives supposed to be for new things that we aren't already doing, or for the program, or I guess recognizing that there's a whole program in place? And it looks to me like, I mean, the licensing program, I mean, is sort of the highest rated, right? I guess out of all these areas.
Thank you for the question. Definitely something I should advise on. And I forgot to mention as well. So for the strategic objectives, we recommend to create objectives that address any challenges, any weaknesses that were identified in the environmental scan, anything that you feel needs to be addressed outside of your daily routine. So we don't recommend adding daily routine objectives like continue licensing effectively. Like if that's something that you already do, then don't include it as a strategic objective. A strategic objective, for example, in the environmental scan, some of the concerns were the processing times were lengthy. There needs to be streamlining in the processes and go paperless, need more licensing staff. So those were some of the weaknesses or challenges that were identified by the stakeholders. Now, if there are some concerns, for example, more licensing staff, if you know that you're at full capacity and you can't hire anymore, then perhaps that's not an objective that you need to, not a concern that you need to address. And perhaps you may need to address it in a different way. For example, streamlining or revising processes or whatever the case is. But yes, stay away from daily routine items and do address any challenges that you saw in the environmental scan or that you yourself know exist.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready if anyone would like to start with any of the objectives, and if you have a full-blown objective, please share. If you don't, if you would like to just start the discussion and let us know, I don't have an objective, but I know the issue is we're slow. We can start off with that and make it a discussion, then create an objective. So feel free to share as you are prepared to share.
I'll give it a go. I've got an objective.
Okay.
One of the issues I've identified was the vetting of applicants and licensees. And so I think the action on that is vetting of applicants and licensees. And the goal there it would be to, you know, like, does that have to be a quantitative goal? You know, like a percentage or a number?
If you feel that it's necessary, yes. If you feel that it doesn't impact it, no.
It's more of like a process improvement, like that the influence of legal counsel overruling decisions that forces the board to offer probationary licenses to be looked at as to identify legislative changes that would give us the power to, reject an application. Because right now, how it stands is that there's some legal loops or legal language that prevents us from actually disqualifying candidates or applicants that are hugely, let's just say, high risk to the public. And the benefit of that is we will create a better, more trust in the overall system. We present better doctors into the system, and that was one of the things that I've identified.
Thank you. And I have a question. So vetting applicants and licensees, that almost sounds like a day-to-day routine to me. But then you brought up another point, which was there was a loophole that prevented the board from rejecting certain risk applicants. Is that the objective you wanted to add? Thank you, Tricia. Perhaps the action would be addressed in the issue loophole.
Yes, thank you for helping me through this. It's addressing the legislative loophole that affords applicants that are high risk to still receive probationary licenses.
Let me make sure we capture it correctly. Loophole that allows high-risk applicants
to still being offered probationary licenses.
Be offered probationary licenses, and then the why would I imagine stay the same to create more trust in the licensing process?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Michelle, and I actually was going to go right to the one that TJ went to as well. And I wanted to come back to another notion to this, similar to what we do with the 805s for a licensed credentialed physician. But right now, to my knowledge, and I would not even pretend to want to get to the licensing issue, because I think overall, I think the board does a great job. I think where the challenge may be, or I should say the opportunity for this challenge is, what is the reporting requirement? And to my knowledge, there's none. When a trainee, be it a resident or a fellow, is in training and he or they have been either dismissed from the program, or they did not complete the program, or they didn't continue the program, or that they actually are on academic probation. And so really it's the action in my mind is that the training institution would report to the board, not when it comes to licensing, so that we can be proactive in the rehabilitation of a developing physician to get those maybe those ethics and professionalism, and hold the accountability to the educators that are responsible for identifying challenges for that person, because it does nobody a favor when you allow people to go through the system if they've got some when they have some needs for their to improve their professionalism or ethics.
Okay, so I want to make sure we capture your thoughts here correctly. So
training institutions instead of academic institutions, could be any training institution. as an FPL.
This is Jim Helzer. Many of our applicants come from out-of-state training programs, and it would be hard to compel those programs to report to us.
Thank you. That was going to be a question I was going to ask. Is this something realistic and something within the purview of the board?
Hi, this is Marina O'Connor. I'm the licensing chief. If you don't mind, I could just add a little bit of context to this in our current process. So currently, when an applicant applies for licensure, we request verification from the medical institution and the postgraduate training program if they had attended one. And we do ask those questions currently on the form they have to fill out. We ask, whether they were terminated, disciplinary action was taken against them, whether there was a leave of absence. So we currently have those questions on our forms that these entities must answer. And of course, we trust that they answer them honestly. The program director does have to sign off, or the dean of the medical school has to sign off on these forms. So we do currently collect that information at the time of application.
At the time of application, I guess my point was that these things can happen in year 1 and 2. So I was thinking more of a rehabilitative corrective, that people get the culture of the board and what does professionalism and ethics mean from what the Medical Practice Act intends it to be. So, but good, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
And just one other thing that now is something new we started doing with the postgraduate training license. It is required in statute that for a PTL holder, so a resident who has a PTL, their residency program is required to report to us when certain things happen during their training that would impact their PTL license, such as they leave the program early. They were scheduled to complete on June 30th. Right, they leave in April, or they take a leave of absence. There's certain things in statute that they are required to report to us. Of course, it's kind of on the honor system. We hope that they are reporting timely. They're supposed to report within 30 days of any of those actions taking place. So we do receive those currently, but that is something new with just PTL holders. Of course, once they receive their physician surgeon license after a year or two, we may not know what takes place in the residency program after that.
Yeah, and I think that was my point. But thank you. I'm so glad that piece is there. But I do think that is a missed opportunity during training.
So is this an objective? The encourage or requiring training institutions to identify individuals with incomplete training or academic probation?
That's my thought. But I obviously, like I said, I would leave this to my colleagues that do this day in and day out for their thoughts on that. It's just something I think was a missing piece. And there is some new statute, but leaving it to individuals versus a requirement are quite different. So I'm much more in favor of something being required than leaving it to individuals.
Okay, so we can change that to require. And to the other board members, any thoughts? Is this an objective that you all would like to see on the strategic plan?
This is Jim. I have a clarifying question for Marina. So Marina, when you have a resident who has a full license, are the programs not required to report if they're dismissed from the program while holding a full license?
That's correct. The statute's specific to a postgraduate training license holder. So once they obtain a physician surgeon's license, the program's no longer required to report those specific items to us. But there are other ways we could potentially find out about something that took place during their training, of course, through the regular complaint process. Obviously, if we receive a complaint or any of those other avenues. But as far as this, and I apologize, I don't have the statute in front of me, but there's specific things that occur during the residency just for a postgraduate training license holder where they must report it to us. It's not required when they're a physician and surgeon licensee in a residency.
Well, perhaps we should add that requirement, since if a physician were dismissed from a medical staff, that would be reportable to us.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like something we definitely should fix. I mean, it seems like or try to fix, I guess, because it's legislative, correct?
If we're going to impose a new requirement on training programs, we're going to have the authority to do that. So
Right.
that would require legislation and then potentially regulations after that.
Yeah. I mean, this seems to me actually to be in line with the 805 conversation we had yesterday. And I mean, and frankly, some of the media reporting previously, you know, like about USC, that they got around or they didn't report to us, right? Because they just determined themselves to be a school, not a hospital, et cetera. I mean, so it seems like, again, it's something where they should be required to report. So I would support.
So that may be missing something. I mean, I understand that there's a requirement from the training programs to report certain things, and we're depending on the person to be honest when they apply for a license. But I just really wondered, Marina, is this something that we actually should be doing? I mean, do we have the ability to inquire of institutions about things that they're not required to tell us now? I mean,
by the way,
before they even apply for a license.
Doctor, I mean, I think the issue we're talking about, by the way, is actually an enforcement issue. So we should probably put it in enforcement because it's not really the people.
That's true.
The loophole we're trying to close, if I'm hearing this correctly, relates to physicians that already have licenses.
Right. Okay, that's fine.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. But I thought that Michelle was saying those that are still in training and don't have a license. And I'm not sure.
They
I
do.
may have
Well, I
misunderstood.
mean, I guess that's the problem. Like now with this new PTL being what, 12 months, right? Now they get their license after 12 months. Right, Marina?
Yes, that's correct. They can, if they're U.S. or Canadian medical school graduate, they can obtain their licensure after 12 months of postgraduate training.
Right. That's what happened last year with the bill.
Right, but I thought Michelle was talking about they haven't gotten their license. They haven't completed that 12.
No, they're still in training. I know they have their PTL, and I know that their PTL cuts off and they get a license. I was trying, the why was to begin, you know, the rehabilitation to identify so that we don't see the loophole to close and probationary licenses come forward, but we had a problem in year 1, 2, and 3 of a fellowship. I think that was my point. So if we want to rehabilitate the physician, we start them earlier in the process.
I see the value of that. I just wonder if that's something that's actually doable.
I agree. I don't know. I wish it were.
What do you think, Marina? And Carrie, I mean, you think that's something that's actually, what do we say that's realistic? That it's a question.
As you point out, it would be you know, a legislative change needed, and it would be on the license holder. You know, when we get questions on, we have gotten them, what happens if I don't report it within 30 days? Well, we can't take an action against an institution. We can't take an action against the program itself. You know, the responsible party would likely be the program director, assuming they are a licensee. And I'm sure Carrie can, you know, weigh on that more. But I guess to my point is, I think, you know, potentially anything's possible legislatively, but whether they're going to comply and whether we have an ability to hold them accountable is another question.
This is Dick Thorpe, and I guess my to Michelle's point, and this idea of people finishing a program and having had multiple instances where they were disciplined in the program and yet either changed the program, switched it to a different program, and completed that program, but still had issues, and then come to us for licensure. It appears that, at least from my perspective, that the training programs have tried to address these by various internal mechanisms, delaying their training, making them repeat certain modules, whatever that might be, but they still end up finishing a program and being technically qualified to apply for licensure, and yet they have these issues that have occurred during their training. I don't know how the medical board would be would be any more effective at year 2, say, or whether we'd be even, you know, how would, it's a very challenging problem. Yeah.
I guess I was thinking of it as disciplinary in the sense that that's what we do with our doctors that have licenses. They go through professionalism courses, ethics courses, and so on. So maybe that's one approach.
So is this a doable objective? Is this something that the board can actually do?
I guess not.
It doesn't appear that it can be done to me.
No.
So should it be removed? Would you like me to remove it here from the screen? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I'm looking at the first contribution here, address legislative loophole that allows high-risk applicants to be offered probation licenses. Board members, is this something that the board can do?
I mean, I don't know why we can't seek as part of our sunset report to,
We can advocate for it.
yeah, make some improvements.
Okay. Any refinements to the wording here? I heard the word advocate. Would that be the right term, or would it be addressed and advocate? Advocating would just be one of those action items, one of those tasks.
Yeah, we can't legislate, so we would have to advocate for legislation.
Okay, so would you prefer to see advocate or leave the term address here as the action item for your staff?
I mean, I think it's part of our sunset review. It would be part of that.
I would say address is a little broader. It gives us a little more flexibility.
Okay, so address is broader, gives more flexibility to staff. So any refinements to the wording here? Everything looks good. Is this going to be on your strategic plan?
Can I just make one suggestion or request? If we could potentially be more specific on which legislative loopholes, because there are several areas that we have statutory authority to either offer a probationary license or to deny the application. So I just wanted to be clear if it's all the authority we have to take those actions, or if it's a certain type of area, such as previous conviction history. Is it disciplinary action? Is it issues during training? That might help us focus on which parts of the law we want to address.
It is definitely the first two. I think the substance use history, not showing maybe signs of real rehabilitation. And I think what was the next one you said was about disciplinary history, and there being way too short of a period of making an assessment whether actual rehabilitation has taken place and whether this candidate is actually a fit for such rehabilitation. So the first two definitely. I didn't know the last one.
I had said conviction history, and then I also said postgraduate training issues. There's also competency. I mean, there's a lot of different factors, right, that we look at.
I would narrow down to those first two because those are the ones that I've seen. I have not seen the postgraduate. There's some postgraduate history, but that will fall under the disciplinary history.
Okay, and then just for purposes of discussion, and Carrie can probably weigh in too on this if you need more information. But disciplinary action currently, there is a general B&P Business and Professions Code statute that impacts not just our board. It guides all the other boards. So that's not specific to the medical board as far as which disciplinary actions we can look at. It's Business Profession Code 480, which was recently revised by the legislature last year. So I just wanted to point that out. That's all. That is not that's a general B&P code section that affects more than our board.
Yeah, you're getting me into the weeds now. And where I want to go with this is more of looking at our existing authority and see where we can expand upon that authority that would just close, some of the loopholes that I've mentioned. I'm confident that, I don't have it all in front of me, all the codes. That's too much prep work. But this is just notes that I have that I've come across. But I'm sure you have an idea of what I'm talking about, or we can finalize that if I go into find out more history. But that's substantively what I'm suggesting.
This is Carrie, and I mean this is tough because the board loudly and persistently opposed the legislative changes that eliminated its ability to consider some conviction history and prior board discipline history. I don't know what else the board could have done at the time this was going through. Also, last year the legislature eviscerated the licensing program that we'd worked hard to develop that required 3 years of postgraduate training before a person could be licensed, regardless of where they went to school. Now licenses have to be issued after 1 year or 2 years, depending on where the person went to school. And so I don't know. I feel like if this is going to be here, we have to have more direction, like more of the same. Continue to point out to the legislature, this is a problem. The board should have more discretion to look at this, because it's much easier to stop a person from being licensed than to revoke them once they're licensed. Yes. And so if we identify problems prior to licensure that could be concerning for consumer protection, it's better to not license them.
So, I mean, what I'm hearing is there needs to be, it's not as straightforward as just addressing it. There needs to be an education component, right? Because you're right, Carrie. I mean, the legislature is moving in the opposite direction of where this would be proposed, right? And all of their recent legislation has been, I guess, in the opposite direction of this. So,
can I ask, is this in that, I'm gonna probably slaughter this, but is this all under that section 2138? And I'm just looking for, I know everything that we will ever ask is like a long shot when we go to the legislature. Why I'm addressing this is that we need to start creating a kind of a record of asking for this, and maybe motivating it with some statistics. Hey, we are allowing folks to come into the profession because our hands are tied, but we are not confident. Well, I'm going to let me speak about me. I'm not confident that it is actually maintaining the integrity of the profession and the safety. It does put it at risk, and we do our best to prevent that. I'm just looking at what are some of the things that we can do. How do we get this on their radar?
This is Elizabeth. I want to make sure that we stay on track here. Yeah. So is this, Marina, you asked for a little bit more for it to be a little bit more specific. Is this specific enough? Substance use history, disciplinary history, and conviction history. Adding that as in parentheses under the issue.
Not to defer, but since this is more in the legislative territory, I'd probably defer to Carrie and Aaron on this one.
Okay.
I
Sorry,
think,
Erin.
can I make a suggestion though? Because I think we're super in the weeds right now about how to solve the problem, right? I actually feel like we need to pull ourselves back up and say, hey, we need to, because I think your suggestion, TJ, that we keep our eye on this, right, is the right one, right? Because to Carrie's point, if we can prevent people from becoming licensed, we can solve solve enforcement problems for ourselves. So I mean that's the general issue, right? And so, but I mean whether we can accomplish this very specific thing, right, to close certain loopholes, or I mean should it be just something broader?
I think because it's specific to licensing, that's why I narrowed it down to this particular issue. And I think it's going to be like this for everything that we're going to talk about today, because I think legislatively, everything has been worded, slanted, that puts us in the position that we are in. And so this is just an opportunity that I'm taking to bring this to the fore as putting it on the radar. Like we can say, well, they have it on their strategic plan that there are these loopholes, and refer them back to this. That it was that important of an issue that it was identified through the strategic planning process, which would motivate our argument if we go and proceed with some kind of legislative process. And I just thought that whenever we put something like this on the strategic plan, it gives it more weight as we move forward.
Is this something that should be addressed right away, or something that should be researched, like identified? Because please correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding. It seems like there's a little bit of confusion as to where to start with in terms of addressing these loopholes. Is it more correct to say identify legislative loopholes that may allow high-risk applicants? Would you like to go that route?
I think it needs to be a little bit more affirmative. We more or less know where these loopholes are because we see it. And so what I'm suggesting, and this is why this is so, 30,000 feet above the air kind of a strategic plan nature, is to look at it from a whole and say, hey, we've identified this area. Let's bring attention to it and see how we can achieve it. Moving down. This is one of those things that when you go into the weeds, you're gonna get lost. When we go into asking more questions, we're gonna get lost in the business and professions code. So what I wanted to do was just take that big view and approach it from that side.
Okay, so board members, and is this a clear objective? Is this something that should be placed on the plan?
My question to TJ and everybody else on the board is the why to create more trust in what we do as a licensing process, or is it more to the why is to ensure a high functioning, competent physician workforce for the state of California, right? I mean, isn't that the why you're doing this?
Yeah, I love the way you said that, to ensure a high functioning, competent. Those are the words that I love. Yeah, and that's more solidifying, the why.
Yeah.
Okay. Any additional refinements to this objective before we move forward?
I'm not, what do you think about not being so specific, like on substance use history?
I'll go anyway, just to bring it on the radar for now.
Okay, so remove the specific, what's in quotes. Maybe should we add that as notes for the action planning session, so that staff, the staff member who asked for more specifics can have those as notes? Yes, I see some nodding. Okay, so we'll move substance use history, disciplinary, all of that under the slide here for our notes when action planning is being conducted. So other than that, any other refinements to the objective? Any comments, discussions? Nope. Okay, moving forward to any other contributions. Any other board members would like to add any objectives or would like to discuss any issues and possibly building an objective around it?
So
This is Jim.
this is Dick Thorpe, or Jim, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, thanks, Dick. It's a frequent topic of discussion at my hospital's credentials committee that obtaining a California license as a fellow or resident coming out of training with a clean file is really a roadblock to timely onboarding. And these physicians often have a job offer months ahead of the end of their training program, yet they can't get licensed till after they're done. Is there a way we can make it easier for these physicians who already have a job, know they're coming to California, to get a license close to the end of their training date?
And I think this speaks to the same issue that I was concerned about, and that is the timeliness of licensure, which I think was identified as one of the weaknesses. Timeliness, processing times, was identified as a weakness of the licensing process. So I would like to address that. I mean, in the same vein, that timeliness issue. The truth is, and I know Dr. Helser's equally aware of this, but many of these candidates have multiple job offers, and they don't just have a job offer in California. They may have one in Missouri or Michigan or Washington, and many of these other states don't have this obstacle, and so they can accept a job offer, maybe even at higher pay. They may want to live in California, but the obstacle of not being able to get a license in California is clearly encourages them to go to another job opportunity because of the fact that they have to wait 4 to 6 months to get their license in California, or some I'm not sure it's 4 to 6 months, but it's sometime.
Okay, so we try to go ahead.
Sorry, one of my questions about this, I may need staff's help on this. Some of the licensing problems and time it took to accomplish appeared to be related to things that were beyond our control. That the licensing process actually was quite efficient, but and maybe this speaks to having to reach back to the training program or issue related to the hospital itself. Carrie and Marina, does anyone have any input on that? Because I just want to make sure this is something that we actually, I understand the goal, and it makes sense. I just really want to understand if the impediments are on our end. James, what is it? Is it the licensing process that your institution are saying, or how much does it do with the actual training institution and where they've gotten information to your department soon enough?
Yeah, it's my understanding that we can't actually issue a license until there's been a certification from the program that the program has been completed. And is there a way to streamline that in some way, just to allow us to allow credentialing to proceed right at the end of the training program, say on July 1st?
Yeah.
I think part of the challenge. Oh, sorry, Dr. Hawkins.
I was going to say, staff, do you have the input on that? Because it's come up in discussions before.
So,
go ahead.
For example, if now we have 12 months of postgraduate training required for US and Canadian grads. So there has to be a demonstration that they've completed the 12 months. And Marina, correct me if I'm wrong, we're saying they can submit that form 30 days ahead of time. But you would have to have like it used to be that someone could practice with the exemption for not being licensed for 2 years, but they qualified for licensure after 1 year. And so there was a cushion of a year for US and Canadian grads to be able to get licensed. So you would almost have to have the requirement to meet licensing requirements reduced so that they can apply for licensure before they're looking for jobs as a licensed physician and surgeon. So there's a cushion built in to allow for the application review process.
And yeah, Carrie characterized it perfectly because there was with the change in law where they could have, as Carrie said, they could practice, for up to 2 years, even though they qualified after 1 year for licensure. Currently, the PTL can only be issued for 15 months for those people. So they have a lot less time. Once they finish their training after 12 months, they only get an extra 3 months to finish that application process for their physician surgeon's license. So it went from 24 months to 15 that they have to obtain that licensure basically after completing 12 months of postgraduate training. So it really shortened the amount of time they have to get through the licensure process. Our process hasn't, it's changed a lot, I'd say, in the last year or two, because we've been trying to work towards paperless and streamlining and cutting out some of that red tape. But overall, it hasn't changed. What's changed is the amount of time they have to obtain licensure. And now with the PTL only being issued for up to 15 months, they have a lot less time to obtain that license. They can apply, we allow them to apply at least 6 months in advance. That's fine. They can submit their app even if they haven't finished training. So if they're 6 months in, they got 6 months more to go, they can still submit an application so we can get that started, get that going. But as Carrie pointed out, we still need that last verification form from the postgraduate training program once they complete that 12 months, because that's what verifies that they qualify for licensure. We can't issue the license without that.
Now, if everything else is in, and that's the last piece, licensure can happen very quickly. But we do require primary source documents from like the institutions. But as Marina said, a lot of that has been streamlined based in part on the last strategic plan, which really pushed the board in that direction, and staff's innovation to create a portal, a secure portal that allows the board to receive those documents electronically. So it's hard to know where the problem is coming from if all the documents, the primary source documents, are coming in timely. This shouldn't be a huge issue, but there is a change because of the change in legislation about the timing things.
Yeah, the change in legislation, and then most recently since Jan 1, 2022, that recent law change is the volume. So volume has skyrocketed. So that combined with, the new timeline has resulted in the exact scenarios you were describing of folks coming up, against the, they have employment coming up, job opportunities, and they're up against that deadline to get their license. So it's been a unfortunate combination of those, mainly those two things. There's a host of other factors, such as relying on, external entities, third parties to supply documents timely is always can be an obstacle as well. But yeah, that basically does kind of summarize the issue.
This is Elizabeth. I see when the discussion first started, we had captured it as reduced time to obtain a license. In parentheses, we put closer to end of the applicant's training end date, and the why to help licensees stay and work in California. Not sure if this is a separate objective or more of a refinement of this previous one. Would be streamline licensing requirement verification process to allow applicants more time to apply for licensure.
I think the
Would it be both of them, or are they both in one?
I think the second one doesn't satisfy, public protection issue. And furthermore, when I'm listening to what Marina is saying, she's saying that this is in order to maintain the standards that the board follows, the process is in place, and that there exists currently a pathway for applicants to apply 6 months ahead of time and experience little trouble getting their licenses down the line. But challenges are going to come up because not everybody's going to apply 6 months out. And then by the time they come into the system, they want the license fast because we want everything yesterday. So I think that from our side, maintaining the public protection line, from Marina's side, that is in place. And because an existing system for them does exist to obtain a license in a timely fashion, it's never going to be perfect. I'm sure it wasn't perfect the first time around. There was also the same issues. Whether now reduced to 50 months, we just see, the initial cries about what that is. So I think I'm not sure that the second one really is of that importance, because it seems pretty streamlined right now. And I mean, I would just like to know, how many, because I saw we issued a ton of licenses just in this last quarter. How many actual applicants does this actually affect?
Okay, so I hear that, and if other board members can let me know, this streamline objective it's a no?
I would not totally agree with what TJ just said. I mean, so for one thing, this problem has existed before the PTL license became an issue. It was the time to obtain a license in California has historically been significantly longer than in other states. And you could argue that that might be because we are trying to get higher quality applicants. But even for, the best applicants, the problem really is trying to get the best applicants into California, because many of them don't train in California, and getting them into the workforce in California. Maybe they were raised here, they want to come back to California to practice, but they were trained in Massachusetts or in Michigan or wherever. The problem is that many times they are given, other opportunities for employment. And this is a matter of being competitive to get really high quality talent into California. That's a significant part of the problem. And so we lose applicants because of our licensing process. That's been a historical problem.
Yeah, but it sounds like, Richard, from what we've heard, is a lot of it has to do with the training program and letting those folks and the candidates know they need to jump on this sooner. That's what part of it seems to be.
I agree, Randy. There's a problem with, that idea of, well, you could apply 6 months before your PTL expires. That's a new problem. But the other problem of enhancing the timeliness of a qualified candidate, an excellent candidate who has everything done and doesn't have any disciplinary problems, doesn't have any issues with their training program. They were excellent people, but still getting them through the licensing process has traditionally been a problem. And Richard Pan, who is one of our state senators, excellent pediatrician, had no problems with his training program, but had serious problems getting his license because he trained in a different state.
Yeah.
I think that's from decades ago, though.
Well, I understand, but I'm just saying that those problems are continuing. I mean, as someone who tried to hire doctors from other places, I empathize with Dr. Helzer's medical staff issues, because that is historically a problem in California.
Isn't this,
Yeah.
I mean, in part though about, I mean, we added the word partnership, or, you know, we're talking about collaboration as part of our mission and vision statements, because isn't this about establishing better partnerships too with the training programs or the schools or what have you, so that they know that they can apply at 6 months ahead of time, or they know that there's a process, or whatever the issues are. I mean, I actually think streamlining and, I mean, somehow streamlining, collaborating, because I do think that there are opportunities to improve this. I mean, from my perspective, I mean, I get a variety of emails, right? I forward them to staff saying, hey, I'm trying to get this. I can't figure it out. You know, it's not coming through. Why is that? I just get those in my role as the medical board president, and they get forwarded on. So I do think that it is an issue. And I, hearing from Dr. Hilzer, it is. I mean, he's living it in real time, right? I don't know necessarily that we have a problem to solve, but I think there are things, meaning in terms of our own processes, it sounds like from Marina and Carrie, but there are clearly opportunities either to provide additional education or to look for opportunities to improve our own processes here.
I would like to offer a perspective on this, because I think it gets missed to recognize that we are living in California. It is very competitive. And when a host of really good doctors, all professions, if they get an offer to come to California to work, they obviously want to jump on it, right? But then before they get in, what was the number? 7,000, Marina, the last quarter? There's 6,000, 7,000 people in front of them. Now go to Montana and there's 5 people, there's 10 people. This is a market condition. And we have established the internal processes, from what I hear from Marina, to address the conditions to get people access to it, but they're standing in the queue. So if we are going to do this, and we're going to say, for example, a solution to address maybe Dr. Thorpe's concerns is that there's an expedited issue for people that are so, I don't know if we can do that as to afford equality into the system. I think what we are doing is the best that we can, but we're running into a market condition. If I want to go to Disneyland and I pay a ton more money, I get VIP status, but that's not how it is here. I think it's a market situation,
It's a
market
marketing.
condition, more than it is, a board licensing situation. That's just my perspective. Sorry.
Thank you. No, sorry. So do you want to see this as an objective, streamline or collaborate licensing requirement verification process to allow applicants more time for licensure?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And would it be streamline or would it be collaborate?
Well, I would like to see streamline.
Okay.
Some of these, I guess, like collaborate is like a tactic, I guess, rather than the objective. I mean, I don't.
Okay, any other thoughts about this one? This objective we're looking at right now, streamline licensing requirement verification process, any refinements, any questions, any doubts from other board members?
I don't know that the why is exactly right there to allow them more time to apply.
Okay, would you like to offer a more accurate why?
I mean, frankly, it's the same one as the first one, right? To make sure we have these.
The goal is to get folks into California.
Right. I mean, to make sure that.
We want to recruit the best and brightest. And we don't, when we look at our thing here on our website, it gives you a lot of stuff, but it doesn't say, here we are in California, we want the best and brightest, most competent physicians, right? And you can do it early. So it doesn't say that. It doesn't tell me I'm in New York, I can come here 6 months ahead of time. Or not 6 months, I can put my application in.
Right.
So it becomes a marketing issue to some extent.
Would it be accurate to say to recruit the best candidates?
Well, we're not recruiting them, so.
To
Yeah.
To
facilitate recruitment of high quality physicians to California.
I like it, Jim.
Well, to facilitate licensure of high quality candidates in California.
Okay, to facilitate licensure. Make sure if you can, someone repeat that one more time just to make sure we capture it correctly.
Yeah, you've got it right.
Thank you.
From
Thank
my
you,
perspective,
Tricia.
you have it right.
Thank you. Any other thoughts for this objective? Again, streamline licensing requirements verification process to facilitate licensure of high quality candidates in California. Staff, is this clear? Board members, any other refinements or
Yeah.
discussion?
Sorry,
have
that
one other
looks
issue
fine
related
to me. Oh, sorry. I just want to say it looks fine.
Thank you, Marina. I have one other refinement or one other issue regarding licensing, and that is the applicants themselves often can't follow their application very well. There's limited things that they can see in the Breeze application, and I would like to expand. The action would be expand
tracking.
what candidates can see regarding pending licensure in pending licensure. And again, this would be to license the what we said before, to license the best candidates in California. To encourage the best candidates to be licensed in California.
To build on that, I was thinking, I looked at our strategic plan, our last one in 2018, and under licensing, we have several bullets about overall increasing the efficiency of our online processes. And so I think this might be what Dr. Thorpe said might be part of that. I mean, I think the action would also be to review what strides we made in the past couple of years on our online and paperless process, because we definitely did and were forced to do that during COVID. So I think there has to be further ways that we can improve the efficiency and of the online process and just the overall automation of the licensing process.
This is Michelle. I think the why for the expanding and the ability of someone to track is going to, why are we doing it? So that that our licensing folks can, that is their why, to increase efficiency and effectiveness of the licensing staff. Because if I don't have to pick up the phone or try to have people calling me to ask what's the status of my license, that would seem to me the why we would want to expand the ability to see in Breeze to track my application. That's just a thought.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And expedite it for sure. If it's automated and online.
What I have here is expandability of applicants to track the progress of their application or pending licensure to increase efficiency and effectiveness of the licensee staff. Any comments from board members or staff? Any refinements or questions?
This might be a information systems branch question about whether this is possible in Breeze as it currently is functioning.
Is there someone from the, sorry, is that a question to another staff member here online today?
Sorry, could you restate what the ask was, Gary?
Yeah, I'm just wondering currently if Breeze is functional to allow applicants to check progress of their application, or is this something that's actually doable?
Currently, they can log in and see any deficiencies that are listed against their application. We have that with existing applications right now.
So that's helpful. I don't know, what do you think about the expanding it? I don't know if it's necessary, if there's ideas that can be to enhance it, or if this is already taking place right now.
Maybe Maria could chime in more too, but my current understanding is a physician or surgeon who has an open application, you know, after the initial review, they have a set number of deficiencies listed there, and when all those deficiencies are essentially resolved, the application gets approved. And so I'd have to know more about what kind of enhancements are being requested before I could say whether or not we could do that with Breeze's built-in functionality, or if we had to do something outside of the Breeze system.
Yeah, just to add to that, basically what they see now is when we review an application and we identify deficiencies, we list them in our system, which is viewable to the applicant through their online system portal that they can log into and see those deficiencies. And then as those deficiencies are remediated, they're removed from the list. So you would, the applicant would have to check their online app routinely to see what's the progress with those deficiencies being remediated. I think, we have actually discussed this in the past, how to expand it. And, as Sean said, it depends on the enhancements to see whether or not Breeze could actually do something like that. But we've also looked at other boards who are on Breeze and have actually had to create separate systems to expand upon what Breeze already shows, which is of course additional resources for the board. So it is something we've looked at, and I think we can. I mean, I don't want to speak for Sean. Depending on what it is, continue to look at, because as you know, we get those questions all the time. Is folks want to know the status of their application, not just the list of the deficiencies. Where once the deficiencies are gone, where is it going next, right? So, I think, in my opinion, I think it's something we can continue to look into. I think what we can accomplish, of course, depends on our IT capabilities and, our resources.
Board members, in hearing this response, is this again an objective that you would like to keep on the strategic plan?
Well, I would say yes, but that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree with Dick.
I mean, my point is, I think not only does it increase the effectiveness of the licensing staff, but it also speaks to, California is like the IT mecca of the world. And if your interface with the medical board is very, very non-digital or very limited digitally, it tends to, for these young practitioners, it tends to discourage them, I think. And I think it also encourages people to apply for licensure in California.
So I hear that we're going to keep this objective, the expanding ability of applicants to track progress of their application, pending licensure to increase efficiency and effectiveness of the licensing staff. Any refinements before we move forward? No, okay. I have a partial objective here, review and increase efficiency of the online application renewal process. I'm not sure if that was probably just a rewording of this previous one that we just looked at. Let me know if this is an objective that you wanted to build out.
Because I think I thought of that because it might be helpful to take a look at how, from the past over the past, let's say 5 years, how have we increased the efficiency of our online processes, and how can we do it better?
Okay,
But,
and sorry for interrupting you. What
Oh, no.
what would be the benefit?
The benefit of that would be, if we find these gaps or places of improvement, I would imagine the application process could be expedited. And similar to the one above, it allows our staff to put their time elsewhere and not, manually checking on this and that. So, increase their bandwidth.
Ms. Lubiano, this is Sean from ISB, just to chime in on what you mentioned there. So like 4 years ago when we did this last strategic plan, that ability I mentioned where applicants could log in and see their deficiencies and what licensing it lists they're still outstanding on their applications, that wasn't there. That all they could basically do was see, is their application open or approved, basically at that point. So since it sounds like you guys are looking at a carryover from what was on the last strategic plan, I think we did add that functionality since the last time this was going through, just to make that clear for you guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Any comments or refinements from any other board members regarding this objective? Review and increase efficiency of the online application renewal process to expedite the application process and increase staff bandwidth.
This is Jim. Do we think there's a problem with the renewal process? In my experience, it is pretty streamlined already.
I agree.
I would agree.
It's really good.
And how about the online application? Were there two different things, the renewal and the online application?
I think the application for a new license is where we're focusing right now.
Okay, so as it reads now, any refinements or any questions? We got rid of the renewal process. Okay, it seems like this is an objective you would like to keep for your strategic plan.
All right, Elizabeth, this is Sean from MedBoard ISB again too. So while I do agree that the physician surgeon renewal is pretty good, we are and have been working towards getting some of our other smaller size licensee types to have the renewals be online too. So I'd hate to take the renewal part out of there, even though I agree with Dr. Helzer and I appreciate that the physician surgeon one is pretty good. We still kind of have a push we want to keep going on getting the rest of our license types, even though they're much smaller populations. We want to make sure we get the renewals online as well too. So I don't know if we could keep that
Sean,
renewal in
thanks for
there if
pointing
the
that out.
board is okay with that. But yeah, thank you very much.
Board members, is that okay to include renewal in there?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And I don't mean, I'm sorry, just to add on top of Sean's, because to the same point, we currently, the application currently can be submitted completely online. I just wanted to make that clear that the applicant, when they apply, can provide everything through Breeze currently. And then medical schools and postgraduate training programs can provide everything electronically through Docs. However, there's other sources, primary sources we sometimes have to go to outside of those two folks that we have to obtain documents from. So I just wanted to be clear that that is currently the process.
I wanted to go back really quickly to the first slide. I think we missed getting consensus on one of them. I think it was the second one here. Reduce time to obtain license, and parentheses, closer to end of an applicant's training and date to help licensees stay and work in California. Is that a objective you wanted to keep for the strategic plan?
I would like to.
Okay. Any refinements or questions, comments from other board members?
Yeah, this is Dick Thorpe again, and I guess there's two issues. One of them is for the PTL license, you can apply 6 months ahead of time. Is that also true for a physician and surgeon license when you're coming, say, from another training program out of state? I think that would be helpful if you could make an application 6 months before the end of your program and everything could be in place. And then once your program sends the notification that your program is completed, if you could get licensure, say, within the next 14 days, that would really, I think that would help solve some of the problems that Dr. Helzer's mentioning and that I've seen personally. But I don't think that's true. And Marina, maybe you could help us with that.
Sure. Yeah, actually, for all license types, you can apply 6 months in advance. Technically, you can apply at any time. However, we advise folks to apply 6 months in advance because if it's more than 6 months, it's going to sit for a long time and we may not be getting any documents from them for a while. So again, it doesn't have to be 6 months. It can be technically earlier or later. If it's earlier, we might question, okay, what are your plans here? You know, where are you at right now? You know, this seems a little premature. You still have, you know, maybe a whole year of training to go. But they can technically apply at any time. We just advise it. It's 6 months is a good time frame to allow to get all those documents in so that when they do reach that final stage, whatever it is, completion of their postgraduate training, then there's only a minimal effort left in submitting, you know, maybe one document, and then we can move forward with licensure. So that is what should ideally happen, is that we get an early application, and that's the last document we need, is that training verification form, and then it would move forward quite quickly after that process. We do a quality assurance review, one last check of all documents, and then we issue the license.
Marina, oh, sorry. One of the things here on the, to maybe consider adding is that you mentioned docs. And so here on our second one, to reduce the time to obtain license to help licensees, but thinking about our partnership, because that docs, I know, because I just had to get that in place, and you get a bounce back that says, you know, you're in the queue, wait. So maybe that needs to be on the sunset, because that is part of the closing the loop to licensure, waiting for that program director to send it back, and they can do it electronically. And I'm not so sure, and maybe you can educate us at another time on, you know, how many people are using it now, because it would seem fast, but there is a delay, I think, right now, because you got so many people. So the thing would be, should the action be in there to also include the docs system? Because that's a new build, and that'd be something for you to make sure you continue to build out.
Is that some board members or staff, is that something that should be added to that? Would it be to this one, to the review and increase?
Or does it go there, or does it go there with the staff to execute that, how they do
like it? Action item?
It sounds like that's something that goes to the staff, the person that's assigned to accomplish work on this.
Okay. Does all other board members agree with that it should be an action item for that objective? And we're talking about the previous objective, right? Or is it this objective? We're talking about the reduced time.
Yeah, I was talking about the reduced time.
Okay. So add it as a action item to include docs.
And just, I apologize, just to add a little more info too. So just, I think the process you're referring to is registering for docs, is just to clarify, that's a process you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
To register, because if you don't register for it, then you can't ever use it. That, yes.
Right. Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you, Marina, for helping solidify that. Thank you.
Oh, no, I just wanted to clarify, because you're right. I mean, it is a manual process to register folks. They submit a registration form, and a person has to verify the information, enter them right in the system and register them. And that currently is probably a largely a volume issue, but that's a good thing, right? We want more folks registering for docs. As far as once they're registered, it should be a very seamless process for uploading those documents to the system. But of course, if, I haven't personally heard, and I don't know if ISB has, probably not, of any issues there as far as the ability to upload those documents. Because once they're uploaded, we get them right. I mean, it's instantaneous, right? We have it right there and then. But I think on the registration side, it might be a volume issue right now. But obviously, if there's other issues you're aware of, we can just let me know and we can add that.
Thank you.
And to add on that too, for Dr. Bolot, there's in Bill's update yesterday, there's some statistics on docs usage if you want to look into those.
Thank you.
Any other refinements to this objective we're currently looking at, which is the reduced time to obtain a license to help licensees stay and work in California? And refinements, any questions? Is it ready to be on the strategic plan? The draft, because you will get a chance to look at it again in the future and make any edits and approve it. I see so far for licensing, we have 5 objectives. So we have 3 here: address legislative loopholes, reduce time to obtain license, streamline licensing requirement verification process. Now, if we can go to the second slide. Expandability of applicants to track the progress of their application, and then review and increase efficiency of the online application renewal process. Is this a good amount of objectives to address any challenges out there? Did you want to add or address anything else for the next couple of years?
I would just ask Marina if there's anything else that she would like us to see that we focus on.
Well, thank you for that question. I actually think these are fantastic objectives, and I actually look forward to working on them. So, but thank you for the question.
Also, Marina, one of the things that was mentioned was staff issues. Do you have staff issues, staff shortages to help with the increased load of new applicants and the shortened timeframes of addressing those things?
So actually, with the January 1, 2022 law change, we of course saw an increase in application volume, and we were anticipating that, but we did request additional positions, and we were authorized for 3 additional positions, but they didn't become effective until July 1st. So unfortunately, that didn't help us with the initial increase in application volume. And of course, it takes time to recruit and train folks in those positions, which is what we're working on right now. So I'm hoping we'll have those positions filled soon, trained, and that should help with us getting through what are definitely on the high end, our high processing times.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional objectives you would like to add, board members? Anything else from the environmental scan? Any weaknesses? Any other challenges that you feel needs to be addressed? Okay, I ask board president, how you would like to proceed. Thinking lunch break is next, but you were scheduled to end at 2 p.m. So our lunch break would take us straight into almost 2 p.m. But also, would you like to open for public comment for this individual goal area? How would you like to proceed?
Yeah, I had been planning to open it for public comment on all of the issues, but I'm not sure we're going to get through all of them. We're probably going to lose people at 2, so I'm not sure we can extend this meeting like we did last night to finish our business. So I guess I need some input from staff. It's almost 1 o'clock. We could take a break until 1 and come back and do an hour's more worth of work on this, but we're probably going to need an additional session to complete it.
I have a team member. I want to make sure that we do get our proper lunch as well.
Fair enough. Bill or Carrie, somebody, I mean, we could take a lunch, but if we take a lunch and we go till what, or till 2, I mean, we're basically done for the day then, right? Because we're gonna lose our board members then.
I mean, personally, I would just soon work till 2.
I think I'm hearing we're not allowed to do that.
That's what I'm hearing as well. I mean, I can go all day, but we have to.
I'm hearing we're
respect
not
our
permitted
partners.
by like state law probably to
Right.
have people stay over their lunch break.
So perhaps we should take public comment and proceed on a second session and start with enforcement, because I think that we will need the time to address enforcement, I'm sure. And it looks like we are, running into, a limiting factor outside of our control.
Right.
Is there a way we can proceed with developing those things now that we have a model without our consultants temporarily, and then bring them back in to tell them what we want to do?
I'm sure we can do it on our own and bring it to the next meeting, because I think we have to discuss this in the public space.
Yeah, I think what Dick's asking is, can we just continue to proceed until 2 p.m. today and have our consultants take a break? I don't know. Are we allowed to proceed to public comment, or do I need to allow this lunch break to occur? I guess I need to be directed what I need to do.
This is Elizabeth. I got some feedback from my team member here, my co-facilitator, and we are willing to work till 2 p.m. So if it has to end at 2 p.m., we can work till 2 p.m. And just to make sure at least we get through this through licensing, and hopefully we can end enforcement and then just leave the other goal areas for another planning session date.
Okay, so why don't we do that? Why don't we actually take public comment on licensing? I guess at this point.
Oh, Madam President, I have a hard stop in about 10 minutes. Just
Right.
wanted to let you know.
Yeah, that I'm aware of, so that won't break quorum, but we'll lose a quorum at 2, I believe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
So President Lawson, just to be clear, you'd like me to go ahead and open up public comment right now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Madam President, real quick.
Yes.
I'm going to switch over to my cell phone because I'm going to be driving. Does my camera need to be on?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, for members of the public attendees, if you're interested in making public comment, we've opened up the Q&A window and the hand-raising functionality. If you're on a call-in line, which actually I don't see any at the moment, but if you are on a call-in line, you can raise your hand by pressing *3. First up here, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, it's sending that request to you right now.
Request is not there yet.
Oh, your line's open, Marion.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see the little thing that clicked like we usually do. Hello, good afternoon. Marion Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. Regarding your license application process, did you mention the National Practitioner Data Bank as a source of disciplinary and malpractice history? I know this is for established doctors in other states and not doctors seeking a license for the first time. But I would hope the data bank would be in regular use and you can check the background of any doctor who's looking for a license in California. Also, we shouldn't lower the bar to licensed doctors. Mr. Pacifica mentioned yesterday the board was licensing a high number of doctors, so there shouldn't seem to be a lack of good candidates. I understand you want the best and brightest, but you shouldn't compromise public safety by granting licenses before training has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here, we have Dr. Hannah Ree.
Matter. I think you all have done an excellent job, put in great amounts of time and discussion and effort into getting the correct grammar and semantics and wording. How much of this is going to translate into protecting patients is yet to be seen. In the world of medicine, in the world of science, unlike law, I suppose, much of our decisions are based on studies, large studies, retrospective studies, statistics. And so it's interesting to me and quite ironic that as law and lawyers move into the realm of medicine, their decisions and their statements and their opinions are based on their norm and not on any scientific studies or retrospective studies. Probably the best study that's come out of the medical board, was a study, and I think it was 2018, which showed that the medical board targeted physicians that were Hispanic or African Americans at a higher rate than white physicians. So please keep that in mind, that the decisions that are being made by lawyers on the medical board are based on their own biased opinion and not on any statistics. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Eric Andrews. Eric should be receiving that request.
Hi guys, so yeah, a lot was talked about more than just the licensing, so 2 quick points and a rhetorical question. David, it's not about being a lobbying group, but that doesn't preclude you from ability to lobby. We have tried to get appointments with legislators to talk to them about medical board problems. They don't respond to us. Who are they going to respond to? A constituent nobody or a member of the medical board. If you're doing your job and you feel the laws aren't working properly, it's your duty to report on that and to try to get them fixed, not sit there and then deploy non-working laws. Michelle, we appreciate the good doctors, trust me, but the board's job is to discipline the bad ones, so that's what we focus on. In every other breath, we are grateful for the good ones. Rhetorical question. I know Lori mentioned looking at past strategic plans, but have you all looked at the last several strategic plans to see how much of them were actually effective and made change that actually did some good to the medical board? Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should see that request coming your way.
Hi. Just a couple of brief comments because, as Eric said, it was a long session here. In general, in just going through the Breeze system, there are, and I've pointed this out before, and not only to in these meetings, but to your webmaster, etc. There's errors in the system. So in some cases, the disciplinary action will have the little gavel, but nothing's there, or you have no way to see it's there. In one case, a physician had relapses, etc., and they're public record, but you folks don't have it. And in that case, I had notified the utilization review company of these and his the health group that he worked with. Neither one did anything because there was nothing available from the medical board showing that he had these, maybe he had like 5 lawsuits and several DUIs, and he relapsed, and his license was suspended in another state. So when a person goes to these sources to, vet or credential, the information that should be there based on your own documents isn't always there. Same thing happened with another physician who was not allowed to practice. Again, it showed that there was discipline, not what it was. It took a lot of exploration to find out the actual documents. And she's practicing out there, not telling anybody that her license is revoked. And this is causing harm to patients. It's also muddling up your licensing procedure. So it's just something to be aware that you have some housekeeping to do on your system. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Susan Lauren. Susan, let me send you that request. Okay, Susan, you should be seeing that momentarily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lauren, and while there's some good things being focused on here, in the big picture, it's regarding some fields of medicine. This is Band-Aids, and it's not going to solve the problem of patient harm. One of your board's weaknesses is in licensing and supporting doctors who practice harmful scam procedures. And you can't be a medical board when you're licensing doctors to do scams. And this should be stopped. Now, this is a huge leap, but it's time to do this. This has been decades that plastic surgeons have had carte blanche and have been doing harmful procedures to healthy people, or to not, people that need breast reconstruction after cancer or whatnot. There needs to be, I don't know whether you need a task force, whatever, but I have just a few quick things about legislation. I agree strongly with what Eric said. We can't get it done, and we need you to help. Fat is an endocrine organ, and I assume that every doctor on this board and everywhere knows that. Knowing that, I don't see how you can support these doctors taking a cannula, jabbing into a healthy body, and just with no rhyme or reason, sucking out like essential tissue. It's not what I didn't know what, I was completely misled, and I'm very angry about that. But also psychiatrists, they're over-medicating people. They're just, it's not evidence-based. They're guessing on things, they're harming, they're doing unneeded, these two sets of doctors doing unneeded, inappropriate, harmful procedures and give unneeded, inappropriate, harmful medications that are not evidence-based but financially and ego-driven. As far as legislation, Terry Dubrow lied in my trial. He lied in another woman's trial, to my understanding. His online review profiles show a disturbing number of desperate reviews. Another surgeon called him a whore for the insurance companies, and the Military Health Agency banned him for repeated abuse from 2018 to 2028. So I ask that you advocate for legislation to get this Dr. Dubrow and others like him banned from being a medical board expert. That should be bottom line. That should not be hard. And I don't know why you're waiting on this at all.
30
if
seconds
someone
away.
can tell me. The other thing is, I ask that you wholeheartedly advocate for amending Title 16 CCR, subsection 1356.6, the liposuction code that is proven to be harmful and does not prevent death. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, I'm not seeing any additional requests in queue.
All right, thanks. We'll bring it back.
This is Elizabeth. So now that you had the opportunity to hear the public's input, any changes you would like to make to the objectives here under licensing?
I would say we continue the way we are.
Agree.
Okay. So we will move on to enforcement. I will pass it over to Trisha, who will facilitate, and I'll be scribing.
Can I just make a suggestion? I don't think we're going to be able to accomplish enforcement in 57 minutes. I think that's probably a longer discussion. So I'm wondering if we should actually move to one of the other three categories where it likely won't take the amount of time that enforcement will, so we could actually knock one of them off. So I don't know whether outreach or board administration, probably one of those would be a good one for us to focus on, because it sounds like from the conversation this morning that we might have a lot to discuss with legislation and regulation too. So maybe we could move to outreach. Is that, I can't see everybody because of the screen sharing, but does that
works for me.
Head nodding? Okay, that sounds good.
Board administration, I suspect outreach is going to be a while too.
Okay, well, we start with board administration. That sounds good. I just wanted to get one where we thought we could complete it in an hour.
Understood.
Good.
All right.
We'll Is that workable?
I think
It's
so.
Hi, this is Tricia. So that sounds good. You can see reference to the environmental scan if you need to reference it. Page numbers 41 to 42. And if people are ready, we can, if you need some time to look at that, we can do that. Or if you're ready to just jump in and start suggesting things, we can do that as well.
I have one. I'm not sure if this is the right category. Well, can you hear me
Okay,
first? Oh yeah.
we can.
It was mentioned before, and we spoke about it at previous board meetings. But medical board expert. I mean, medical experts on behalf of the board. Doctors, maybe better recruitment. I mean, more recruitment. Possibly trying to get higher pay for them. I think it was one of the examples you used, getting at least 3 or having maybe not recruiting them per case, but having a larger pool, more specialties. I'm just throwing it out there, but you guys can massage on that.
Okay.
Is that better suited for the enforcement section where we talk about those medical experts as their role in the enforcement process? David?
Jim, I agree.
Okay, so Elizabeth just made a note to move that to enforcement then.
I mean, is this the right place, I guess, for, I mean, like communication between our staff and the board, right? And looking for, is this the right place for that conversation?
Yes,
Yeah.
board
Okay,
administration, yes.
all right. I mean, because I guess I would like to continue to, I guess both, what's the action? I mean, both increase and improve communication between staff and board members. I, of course, have a lot of communication. I think Dr. Hawkins does in his role as board vice president. But I think figuring out how to improve it and have a regular flow of information, especially when we're working on, like especially during sunset, is going to be important.
Okay. So to promote a regular flow of information.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like those words, but let me think about it for a minute.
Okay.
About what better
Okay.
words would look like. Yeah. I know
Okay.
I said that, but I don't like how it looks when you read it. Yeah,
Okay.
more effective. It's really about more information. So it's not about the effectiveness of the communication. It's about increasing the communication, I guess, and making sure that board members are aware of certain things going on.
I think it is more about when to communicate. You see, because I experience this in other areas where, if you communicate 2 days later, everybody's upset because they wanted to know as things are happening. So there's almost like developing like a protocol for when certain events, what are those events, like major events that happen, that triggers a conversation. If it's material, then it triggers a communication within 24, 48 hours, depending on how pressing the issues are. And then a regular communication that speaks on more general terms. And I think I've seen like a communication, like an email that comes out that gives us a summary, but that is very broad, specific to board members. What are the things that are happening within the board at certain spaces in time that is relevant for, if during sunset, as an example, things come up, more communication has to be made just to keep everybody informed. But I know what you're speaking of, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and just to add to that too, I think some of us are, like for instance, for me, it's much more effective to text me than it is to email me, or at least to text me and say, "Hey, check your email," because there's a notice in your email from the from the board staff that's very important. Something like that, because, and I think we all have our own, preferred ways of communication.
This is Jim. I have a separate objective, and that is to better define the roles of our board committees. I've been a member of the board now for a little over a year. I see a number of committees listed on our website, a licensing committee, an enforcement committee, and other than our disciplinary panels and our controlled substances task force, I see very little activity from them, and I think we should define what their role is in our board work going forward.
Okay. So let's make sure we get this second objective nailed down, and then we'll better define that one that you just provided us or suggested. So now we have improve and increase communication between staff and board members to keep board members informed in a timely manner.
Ms. Lawson, may I speak a little bit about the history
Sure.
of the committees?
Sure.
So the board used to have, say we'd have panels on Thursday morning of a board meeting, and then we would have a committee meeting, say from 1 to 3, and then start the full board meeting at 3:30 on Thursday afternoon. And what we found was that the members of the full board wanted to have the same information that was just presented to the licensing or enforcement committee. And sometimes members not on those committees would be in the audience, and then it creates a Open Meeting Act issue because it wasn't noticed as a full board meeting. And if they wanted to provide comment, it would create a potential violation. And sometimes we would have the same presenters at those committees as we would then at the full board meeting, because people wanted to have the same information. And the committees are authorized to make decisions, so they would make a recommendation to the full board, providing what was discussed at the committee meeting and then asking for approval of their recommendation. And so they still exist, but they haven't been utilized. And what's been seen as more effective are the task force makeups, because you assign a couple people to work on a project like revising the prescribing guidelines, and it just has been more efficient. I have suggested in the past that the committees be reimagined or eliminated until something comes up where they're necessary, that it can't be addressed by use of a task force. So I just wanted you to have some of that background.
Harry, thanks for the background.
All right, so, oh, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, with respect to committees, I mean, that background is helpful, but it might be that, I mean, rather than defining the roles of the committee, it might actually be about reorganizing the committees or thinking about what committees would be helpful. We are doing a lot of the work by task forces, right? So that we, and I think that there's the opportunity to do more of that, especially, I mean, I've been obviously an observer of the prescribing guidelines task force. I think that's been a really effective process, right? And then including the engagement with interested parties on those issues. So I guess I think having board member involvement and participation, like in that type of effort, is really, really important and valuable. And so I guess it's about, we need to sort of reimagine our standing committees and think about how we can engage board members in task force work
Okay, so why could be to engage board members in task force work.
I mean, it's really to increase board member involvement in important MBC initiatives.
Okay. Involvement in important MBC initiatives. Great. Thank you. All right. Oh, go ahead.
Another issue, but I think we can maybe add it to the improve and increase communication between staff and board members, is to, I feel we have not maybe Madam Chair and Vice Chair, but the rest of the board members, or is maybe just me, have a more of a distant relationship with, you know, the executive director. And it's only recently I speak more to the Reggie, which is more, which creates a better feel. And I think those relationships are very important between the executive director and the board, because a lot of the issues that arise can be addressed at that level. And maybe updates, I normally suggest suggest like every second week make a 5-minute video and tell us how things are going on a broad line basis within the organization. It makes us just increase the communication if we don't talk to each other on a phone or something. So something related to just increasing the communication between the executive director or the executive staff and board members.
Okay. So maybe for the why, we could add an and after timely manner and say, and build relationships between executive staff and board members. Does that capture it?
Hi, this is Michelle, and I was just going to say one thing that came up yesterday in our discussions, and I was looking back at our weakness area, the areas we want to try to mitigate, is about as Mr. Prasivka stated, he can send the board materials earlier if that's really the case. We may want to decrease the time that the board members receive the information for the quarterly meetings by X number of days, weeks, whatever, in advance of quarterly meetings. So that was something that we talked about yesterday, and I don't know how other members of the board feel, but that would be helpful. And I think the panel is a separate issue, and I think Ms. Webb, Carrie mentioned that, it's only as good as we respond to getting these votes in. So I think that should be something we could maybe work on. Those are two key areas, being informed and also sending back information.
And so I would be, I heard those comments yesterday, and I'm all for getting materials early, but I want to get the materials only when they're complete. Because what happens is the agenda keeps changing, new materials come in, and all of a sudden my email keeps getting backed up by additions.
Yeah.
And so for me, that creates more work for me trying to figure out what's the latest, fully completed package. Others might not be an issue for others, which is fine. I'm just saying from my perspective, I just, when it's final, send it to me. If you can get that done earlier, great. If not, I'm okay to wait.
I think, we have to maybe determine if we receive, the iron materials that are moving parts out a few days before a board meeting, not a big deal. But some of the other issues that the information is available weeks, you can send us a document that is 80% sorted, and then we know there's maybe one to three items that are not on there. And then it helps facilitate, and those things won't change as we go because they usually fix, and they've been fixed for a while. That's okay. The stuff that is movable, I agree with you that we can have it in a shorter period of time, but to get all of them in that piecemeal way, that also burns a lot of time. And so we can maybe find a streamline, let's say 70% of the materials that usually stay the same, that we would like to have within 10 days out from a board meeting. And then we're good for receiving 30%.
Yeah, no, that's just the stylish,
Yeah.
And for me, I get way too many emails as it is. And since I would have to open up every email to figure out what it is, it just doesn't work for how I do things. If it works for you, that's fine. I'm not saying we just have different styles.
So this is Trisha. Could how meeting materials are handled and received or sent out, could that be an action item under the objective of improve and increase communication, or do you want it to have its own separate objective?
I think a separate objective would be appropriate.
Okay. So Elizabeth is just moving that one objective to its proper place. It's to free up room. Okay, so in regards to, so the issues, board meeting materials, and then for an action item, what would you like? Enhance?
How to expedite the delivery.
Expedite, okay,
The
expedite,
delivery of the materials.
okay.
Well, I guess I'm hearing that we need to sort of re-envision delivery, because I mean, for example, we could, as we were updating the documents this time around, we really didn't need to send, an email for each separate item. Maybe there's a different way of saying, hey, on Monday before the meeting, all these, there's going to be a new set of documents, whatever. I guess it's about thinking about what the best way to deliver materials is. And I think we might just need a rethinking about it, right?
Okay.
Whether it's timing, whether it's how we do it, et cetera. I mean, I'll say I like to lead the meeting, I like my, hard copy that I get or whatever. And I'm sure not all of you get that. And then, I mean, I guess, Ryan, to your point, then when every document gets updated on SharePoint and I got to print it and go in and figure out which one. And I actually, yesterday, I was kind of struggling with this document versus the other one. So I guess it's more about, I don't know that it's about streamlining. I think it's about like refreshing how we provide these materials. So I don't know.
I think there is a model that exists somewhere in the board, because we did used to receive all of these materials in a timely manner, in a specific way, with minimal changes. So I think it's just to revisit that. We're bringing this up because we just want to do the best job that we can, that we can.
Now, back when we were in person, TJ, it used to be that if there was an update, like we'd get distributed hard copies of that, right? Like we'd all have at the dais our hard copy updates, right? If there had been a change too. So I think to your point, I think we need to refresh it, just our procedure, because we're doing this in a virtual environment and because it's become so easy to upload something to SharePoint or send an email or make smaller changes and send something out, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it does just need maybe a fresh look and putting it in place and executing it and refining it over a period of time. That's the only way. We are living in a new space, so I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, this is not just, by the way, about improving board member effectiveness. That's one why, but it's also about ensuring the public has access to the documents in a timely fashion.
And I'm wondering if we don't want to lose the panel portion. Is there anything, I know for me, that was more challenging, and it's probably because the system changed since I'd been on the board with Breeze and SharePoint and then I had difficulty getting in. So I think that, I don't know how other members of the panel feel, if it's coming at a cadence at a certain, I mean, it comes as it comes, but that is our enforcement piece, and that is the panel piece that gives us an opportunity to deliberate in our panels. So is that working, or is there something that needs to be looked at so we can be better at? I like the Breeze, actually. It's better than the old way where we would type our things. I don't know. It seems to be working.
I mean, Dr. Bullitt, I do think, so on this first one, refresh, I think both panel and board meeting materials, and just to make sure panels captured there. But you raise a really good point about our work on the cases, our panel work. And I wonder, I guess, if we need another, objective about looking at ways to improve that process, right? So I know, for example, I mean, and people approach our cases all different ways, right? I think some of you vote one by one as they come. My standard practice is I let, I don't know, a number of them pile up, if you will, and I work on them like on a Sunday or something when I have extra time to do that work. And then some people put a lot of them off until the very last minute, right before our meetings, when we ask that people please vote on all of them. So there's all different approaches. I wonder if we need like an update to even how we're doing, I guess, doing those, because I know our staff counts on us to, review them. But sometimes when you just get individual emails one by one, right, I'm kind of filing those and then I don't go back until someone reminds me. But maybe we need like an every Friday, here's what we need you to work on the next week, or every 2 weeks, or kind of a reset too about expectations. I guess I would ask staff, like, what would be most helpful there, right? I mean, how can we, I mean, maybe this is what we work on over the course of a year or 2 years, right? How can we improve the panel process so that staff, frankly, doesn't get frustrated with us when we're not operating on the timeline they need us to be operating on?
Perhaps
So
you
when
get some
we were on
input from
the,
Carrie about that, because she spoke about it on our panel. And I panic as we approach, like week and a half before. I'm like, where are the cases? Because I kind of try to keep them moving because there's so many different things. So I like to have a steady stream if possible. And I've called Andrea at different times, said, you got some stuff? Did I miss them? Did I lose them? So I don't know, Carrie, are you on the line to help us with this?
Yeah, I'm here, and in my humble opinion, this is the most important function of board members, to vote on the disciplinary cases and do it by or before the deadline. You have incredibly dedicated, hardworking staff in the enforcement unit and other units, and it's very frustrating to not have votes on or before the deadline. And I look forward to seeing valiant efforts to get the cases done on time so they can be processed, either held for the next panel meeting or put into place.
This is Jim. If I could comment on the availability of administrative records before the panel hearings. Those are often pretty lengthy, and it'd be helpful to get them even farther in advance if that'd be possible.
Sometimes it's a challenging world right now, because for the held cases, the non-adopted cases where we require the transcripts, we have to get this from the court reporters, and they are very, very backed up. So I know that staff will want to do their best to get the materials to you timely because it is voluminous. Sometimes it's dependent on when the transcripts are received from the court reporter. And we can't just put it off to the next meeting because we have that 100-day deadline or the non-adoption has no effect.
Yeah, I mean, I just pulled up an email, I guess from last evening, because I recalled getting it about one of the panels, right? Excuse me, about one of the cases. And there's a due date in there. I guess I'm wondering, like, and maybe we can review these as part of the, like, what the panel materials procedure is. It's like, could we even group 5 at a time, right? I know they come one by one, but is there a way to just have this look different? Like, all of these are going to be due by X date, right? We need you to vote on them by then. And also, by the way, maybe we could just include something in here about the consequence, right? It was a good reminder for me that if we don't take certain action, then we don't get a say. So in cases where not everybody votes, then it just goes into effect, right? I guess, right? Or it's automatic hold or whatever. So anyway, I guess we don't need to re-envision how this works in this meeting, but I think it's worth us taking a look at this process and seeing if there are areas of opportunity for improvement.
Yeah, so for what it's worth, the Board of Pharmacy, which I spent 15 years on, used to just give batches every Friday. But, once again, that's a style
Right.
type of things. Dr. Hawkins likes, as they come, because it's easier. And so just for what it's worth, that's how they did it, but it doesn't mean it works for everyone because everyone has a different way of working.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's about, for me, it is about streamlining communication, right? Because like you, Ryan, there's just, there's so many emails. So I end up filing them, right? I end up sort of not looking at the due date necessarily, filing them and then working on them all at one time. But that's not helping staff, right? Because, right. So
This would take some work on the part of staff, but would a weekly or bi-weekly aging report be possible? And what are your outstanding cases to vote on?
Right.
As an objective, maybe just to review the panel aging of cases and voting in appropriate timeframes or whatever. I'm not sure that that's actually captures it adequately, but
I think it's about just reviewing the panel voting processes, right? And seeing if there
that sounds good. Yeah.
And then the benefit would be?
To ensure that the board has a input on or has appropriate input on the disciplinary cases.
Okay.
And
And
for my information, how many cases have gone to a default decision for not voting in the past year?
What happens is cases that aren't voted on would all have to go to the panel if there's 2 people or more who haven't voted by the time the panel meeting occurs. There's very few instances where it would go to a default decision. That would happen if someone petitions for reconsideration and not enough people vote to deny or grant it, then it would be denied by operation of law. And that's how those decisions would be worded.
Have we had any proposed decisions in which we missed the 100-day deadline?
That has happened. It's extremely rare.
Thank you.
I think this is more about the burden on staff, right? So, I mean, for example, as we got up to the last minute in advance of this, quarterly board meeting, I mean, there were actually everybody got their votes in. It looks like it worked out fine, but there were votes that weren't in. And then staff has to prepare, right, for the meeting as if they're going to have to present all those cases. And if you think about the resources involved, right, the AG's office preparing for that, our own staff preparing for it, getting back up to speed, and their volume is just so high. So I think it is about, it's both about ensuring we have the appropriate input, the disciplinary cases, but the why is also to streamline, frankly, our board's operations, right? And make sure people aren't doing work that they don't need to be doing because board members aren't timely voting.
I think it also improves the quality of the dialogue in the panels. If I have enough time to review the ones that
right
pending, then I can make a better contribution rather than rushing and.
Yeah. Can I just take the pulse of the board? Do we think we're going to have more objectives here? I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking it might be a good idea for us to open it up for public comment so that we get that in before 2 o'clock.
I do have one.
Sure.
And it's, how do we empower our executive director to make administrative decisions without going to the full board? And the reason I bring that up is, yesterday I was talking to Mr. Perskivska about how we keep statistics on our cases. And I think his response was, well, we should have a committee to discuss how we, illustrate that. And I don't know if that's been kind of the backdrop of the board over the years, that the executive director, what I think is administrative, should be able to just do today, or is it something that historically that's been the role of the executive director to say if any change is going to be made, it has to go to the board?
And what would be the benefit?
Expediting change.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't see any reason why he would have to go to the full board to make that decision. So to me, that's an administrative decision. But if that's been past practice and how this board has operated, and there's some policy around that I'm not aware of, it would be good to know that too.
Thank you. And how do other board members feel? Do we want to keep this objective, make any changes?
Looks good to me.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay.
Efficiency. Yeah.
I'm just concerned when we talk about administrative decisions, that is a very wide scope of things, and there are things that are benign or of less relevance, and then there are things that are of more relevance, where consult has to be. So, in principle, I agree. I just want to know what if there is direction maybe from staff about what that would entail. What are some of the issues that are, that such oversight is not required, or that lengthy process is not required, and in other cases when it is in fact required. I honestly don't know what that would be.
Oh, I would just leave that up to the executive director to decide. The executive director thought something, really should go to the board, then, that's his decision. I respect that. But if it's something that's, minuscule, no material change, how we format, a document probably doesn't need the full board discussion. And I leave that up to him.
Then I'm good. I agree.
Agree.
Okay. So I think you have 6 objectives for board administration. Or maybe 5, because I thought there were 4 on this slide. Yeah. So so we have 5 objectives.
So I think let's open it up for public comment. We can
Okay.
come back to this.
Sounds good.
Although it looks like Sean might be helping Bill with something, so we'd like to open it up for public comment.
Second, Ms. Lawson. Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Pacifica had something to say. He's gonna try to use Aaron's headset. We're having a headset problem here real quick.
Okay, can we just hold that thought and then we'll come back to it after public comment?
Sure. Okay, so the public comment window is open. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, you can raise your hand or type something in the Q&A box and we can call on you in the order received. First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, you should be receiving that request.
So it's interesting that information is coming up during this meeting that prior to this was not made known at quarterly meetings, which goes to the extreme lack of transparency of the board's administration. The information Carrie gave on the committees and why they weren't meeting should have been explained a long time ago. We've been wondering. There should be a report from every committee or task force at every quarterly meeting, even if that committee didn't do anything in that quarter. I think that's part of Robert's Rules of Order. Carrie says the board hasn't adopted Robert's Rules of Order, but the board manual says differently. Also, David mentioned that Aaron called the board and asked them to contact legislators. That's never been reported on at a meeting that I recall. As the public, we sit here and it looks like that kind of thing never happens because you don't make it known to the public. The board keeps far too many of its antics a secret. There's so little transparency, which then promotes distrust in the board and a sense that you're not doing anything at all. Ryan, I'm not sure giving the executive director carte blanche over anything is a good idea, especially a newbie like Bill Pacifica. But I also don't think everything needs to go before the entire board for approval. Remember, Bill wanted carte blanche over the confidential letters, which we got shot down. That was ridiculous. I think there might be a happy medium on less important decision-making issues that maybe he just runs by the board president for a sign-off, kind of like signing a check that requires 2 signatures. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, President Lawson, I don't see any additional requests in the queue.
Okay, we'll bring it back.
All right, so we can do a quick review of your board administration objectives in case you want to change any of them in light of input just received.
I had a last minute thinking about this, about as part of the board administration, and I don't know if this is going to be an outrage. I can't make the distinction, but probably outrage, whether we do reestablish that, stakeholder meeting where we get to have this dialogue back and forth that would increase the level of transparency. And I think it might be an outreach.
I would agree. That sounds more like an outreach, but we can make a note of that. An outreach just to increase stakeholder meetings.
Yeah, I was going to bring that same thing up, TJ, but I think you're right. It is an outreach issue.
Thank you. Awesome.
All right.
And Sean, did Bill want to say something? Did you say that earlier? Before we went public?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, it was about the issue of responsibility of the executive versus the board. And clearly this is a matter for judgment. It has always been my position that the board is the board. And so therefore, I do not see my role as to be a sort of freelancer here to try to turn the board into doing my own thing. Now, in terms of management of the staff, that is something which is entirely within my responsibility. And that is not something which is a matter for board discussion. But when it comes to decisions on policy, in particular on what I consider to be major issues of policy, that is not something which I would do unilaterally. Now, the request that was made was that we change the way that we report the number of complaints. Now, that to me is, number one, a very fundamental issue. Number two, it sets place in a legislative background where there are certain things that we have to report. Three, we report in the context of a DCA framework which is obviously concerned that all boards report in a common way. And so that's not the kind of thing where I simply get an idea from a board member and said, oh, that's great, let's change it. So what I did when that request was given, I provided the board member with all the available information, suggested that we further discuss it. But again, that's not the kind of thing in my judgment that I would just wake up one morning and decide we're going to report complaints differently. But it's a matter of judgment. But it has always been my position that on issues of policy, it's the board, it's not me. It's my job to manage the staff and implement the policy that's decided by the board.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. You know, I was speaking more on that particular issue on how you format the page, the information. You can still have the information on a spreadsheet. How you decide to present that information is not necessarily a policy issue because you're still providing the information. You're just making sure it's more clear. And I believe the executive director should have the power to present the exact same information in a more coherent way, which was the goal. So thank you.
Well, it sounds like Bill made the right decision because those numbers are material. And when we start presenting in different ways, it has different interpretations.
That was the whole goal, to have a more accurate interpretation of the numbers. So, but we can discuss that further later.
All right, so we have the objectives showing on the screen. If you'd like to review them, I'll give you a moment and then we can look at the next one, the fifth one that's on the next slide. And just let me know if you want to make any changes.
Aren't we doing public comment?
So we took public comment and then Sean said that there were no further public comments, and then we came back to these objectives to see if anyone wanted to make changes based on the public comment. Yeah.
I am in favor of continuing this page the way it is.
Okay, and then we'll take one look at the fifth objective. And do we still want to keep this one?
I really think this is a given, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Especially after the discussion we just had, it feels unnecessary to me.
Yes,
Okay.
I think Carrie is correct.
Okay, so we can get rid of this one. All right. So then, unless anyone has thought of a new objective for board administration, I believe we're done. We have with this goal area with 4 objectives, which is very respectable.
All right, so I mean, just in terms of the process, we're not going to be able to complete any more today. I guess we need to schedule some time at our next board meeting in December to do this. So Bill, I guess if you could make sure that happens for our next board meeting, or maybe it's something we need to have an interim meeting to tackle. And I guess that's something that Dr. Hawkins and I can work with the
Did I
staff.
hear there was a time frame by which we had to conclude this?
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah. Is there a time frame?
Can we ask our consultants for some advice here on when they would like to see us continue with the next meeting?
This is Elizabeth. We always recommend, obviously, to try to continue the efforts as soon as possible. It is your strategic plan, so whatever works for you. If you want to have it in December, if you want to schedule something before then, we're more than happy to check our schedules and work with you on rescheduling it.
But if you remember as well, we're planning on having the December meeting in Los Angeles,
Correct.
which presents a problem. So in that case, we may have to schedule something. We either have the December meeting in Sacramento here, or we have a special meeting to finish this.
Elizabeth, can you show us the categories left, and so we can get an idea about timing, how much time? One was enforcement, another was
I'm pulling it
communication.
up.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. So you went through licensing. The next one would be enforcement, legislation, regulation, and outreach. So you have 3 goal areas to complete.
So 2 of those 3 are at least probably substantial.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have, Elizabeth, do you have an impression, or anyone have an impression based on the cadence that you saw that we worked, how much time it might take? I realize you don't know all the things we're going to talk about. Maybe it's better that the board decide, because we just spent how much time? We started at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 5 hours. So we don't know if it'd be any, but we spent, worked on the mission, worked on the vision, and then the other top 6. So that took a couple hours.
Yes,
Right.
that actually took more time than, sorry to cut you off, sorry.
That's right. No, I'm just trying to get an idea of what we think we're working with, so we can make a decision about whether we need a special meeting or not.
Yes, I actually, so we have 3 goal areas I would do, and then including like a break, I would say something like 4 hours, just because I see that the board gets into a good lengthy discussion. I would recommend trying to stay on track, but I also want to be realistic with time and not set a time that won't be that you won't be able to finish your strategic plan. So I would say something from 4 to 5 hours. And if you finish early, well, great. And if not, then you have that additional cushion of time. But definitely a little bit more than an hour per goal area. So you have 3 goal areas left. I would do 4 or more, just because your breaks as well and the time it gets to get started. And I think the timing to kind of get into the groove again.
Does that 4 hours include any type of summary that you do in your process?
At this point, no summary from my end. I can go over the SMART objectives again, but I believe you probably have that down, the SMART objectives and the objective formula. But other than that, I would say if you want to give us like 5 to 6 hours, perfect. We finish early, then great. If not, we have the time there.
All right, so I think we're gonna need another day's worth of meetings for this. So it's been a challenge when we've tried to schedule meetings in the interim, but maybe we can try to look for a date to do that because this is all done virtually. So I guess, Dr. Hawkins, you and I can work with board staff to figure out how we can get this on calendar so we can get it completed.
And we just ask members to maybe try to prioritize it. What would be a quorum for that?
I think we need 8 members for a quorum.
8, yes.
Yeah.
And thank you. I do recommend coming prepared. So if you look at that scan, put together some objectives or writing down some issues. But it seemed like there wasn't a problem coming up with objectives. You all had issues to address. It was just the discussion that was a little lengthy. But again, if that's the process that your board needed to put together these objectives, can't really go around that. So it's just giving yourselves enough time to develop your strategic plan.
Yeah.
Right. All right, so at this point, I don't think we have any further business for the day because we aren't going to tackle another objectives. So we'll adjourn at 1:53 p.m. Look for your email as we try to schedule probably an interim meeting to tackle this. And hopefully we'll see you all in person in December. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Take
Well
care.
done, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.